Connectivity IT that will be represented by South Africa. We'll then inaugurate the AEO logo. At this juncture, I would like to welcome Ms. Monica to come and give us the safety induction. Monica, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Monica. I'm going to take you through the safety induction. First and foremost, we have the ablution facilities when you go out on these 4 doors. And in the center, when you go straight on the left-hand side, we've got male and female ablution facilities. Further down, we have the ablution facilities for persons with disability. If both they're full, there's one downstairs by the staircase. We've got also extra ablution facilities. Now, upon hearing the siren, there's 4 exit doors on the aisle. The people sitting on the left side, they will be using the emergency exit on the left, going down the staircase right through the assembly point. People that are sitting in the middle, they'll go to the center, going to the downstairs by the staircase, going back at the assembly point. The right people also, they will be using the right side, going to the assembly point outside. The reason for me to separate you all is because I don't want anyone to have a stampede or to delay the evacuation procedure or anyone getting hurt. So we request that you do not panic, you do not run, please do not use a lift, and we request you that you take a person along with you. If you have a person with disability, we request you that you remain where you are. The body system will come and assist you to take you and safely outside the assembly point. And then the attendant register that when you come in, we mark. Those attendant register will be using as a roll call on the assembly point. If there is anyone who is sick amongst us, we've got the nurses and the doctor downstairs, we've got a clinic, they will attend to you. If you need anything in terms of health and safety, Monica is at your service. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica, at your service. At this juncture, I would like to invite Professor Edward Kiswera to give us the opening and welcoming remarks. He is the Commissioner General for South African Revenue Services. My apologies. There is a vehicle apparently raining outside. There's a vehicle that has windows open, BL22PYGP. It's a Toyota Fortuner, BL22PYGP. We are also informed that should you need to charge your phones, please look under your tables. There will be points for charging your telephones. Thank you. Professor, the floor is yours.
Is that better? Good. Good morning. Program Director, I'm not going to go through all the long list that's already been done, but I would like to acknowledge my fellow Commissioners General from the SACU countries, Mr. Tabu, the Executive Secretary of SACU. He told us last night he is 4 months old in that job. Our important partners from industry and other leaders from government and our own institutions, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a heartfelt welcome to this 3rd day of the SACU AEO workshop program. As customs administrators, we continually wrestle at the crossroads of trade facilitation and enforcement. We do not have a choice between the two. We are expected to do both. If we lean too much to enforcement, we would literally have to increase our intervention rate and slow down the movement of goods and services through our ports of entry. We would be in constant audit mode and investigations to obtain the necessary assurance that there have been compliance with all our laws. We have a legal obligation to do so. On the other hand, if we lean entirely to trade facilitation, not only would we have no assurance that there is compliance of our laws, but there would be no credible threat of detection. And the surge of illicit trade, criminal syndicates, and activities that erode our economic prosperity and the fiber of our society would proliferate. Government would lose, honest traders and taxpayers would lose. But most importantly, society would lose. Economic prosperity would be placed at risk and social cohesion would suffer, as we already are experiencing. So we have to find a way to do both. Facilitate legitimate trade whilst enforcing our laws. They are in fact bifocal complementary mandates. They are not in competition with each other. We cannot do it on our own though. We need you as industry partners and business leaders. We need our fellow administrations to work with us, because a border is a dividing line between two countries, but ports connect those countries, and customs have a duty at those ports of entry. Now, when I say we need your help, this is not just something fashionable. And today is about what does the substantive nature of that help imply. Because we need your help, we had to develop a clear theory of compliance. And this is our theory. We believe that most taxpayers and traders are honest and simply want to comply with the rules and are willing to comply. This informs our approach of voluntary compliance. In other words, we have the conviction that we have to do three things very well. Firstly, we have to create clarity. We must help taxpayers understand their obligations and remove any ambiguity or uncertainty. Secondly, we must make it easy, and where possible, seamless for taxpayers and traders to comply with the obligations in law. And thirdly, we have to present a credible threat of detection, and we have to make non-compliance hard and costly. And this is where the AEO program comes into its own. It is a flagship partnership between customs and business that operate in the cross-border supply chain economy, and it is a program that holds tremendous benefit to both parties. Customs administrations, on the one hand, are able to fulfill the legal mandate to facilitate trade and ensure compliance with minimal cost and effort, whilst trade supply chain entities, on the other hand, who maintain a high quality of internal operational processes and governance and have an appropriate record of compliance, would receive certain benefits and a lower burden of compliance, what we call a so-called greening experience. The AEO program is an internationally recognized framework for managing the risk and the cost of both parties to facilitate economic activity through trade and jointly bear responsibility to ensure compliance. The Authorised Economic Operated Program therefore requires both parties to collaborate and to move beyond and this is an important point, we move beyond our narrow self-interest and we join in a shared and common purpose of economic prosperity, not just for our businesses or our administrations, but for the people who depend on us for economic prosperity, for security, for safety, for stability. And in this regard, we must see the face of every granny, every grandfather, every single mother, every boy and every girl who benefits from the work we do. Every frontline worker who is employed and rewarded from the revenue and the compliance work that we do. The AEO program supports international compliance models working towards a system of increased voluntary compliance. And this requires customs to place more reliance on traders who choose to be, because compliance is a choice, and who remain compliant. The AEO program does just that. It provides an international system for identifying businesses that offer a high degree of security guarantees in respect of their role in the supply chain. The quid pro quo is a level of accreditation, integrity, and mutual trust that is built between parties and that results in the tangible benefits, as I've mentioned earlier on. Our 8th very explicit strategic objective acknowledges that we need to work with and through intermediaries to improve and strengthen the entire ecosystem in which we find ourselves. And the AEO program is an important framework that we adopt to achieve this to all our benefits. Let me share with you quickly some of our own experiences in South Africa. Over the last 4 years, we have facilitated almost 4 billion rand in trade at a compound annual growth rate of just short of 12% per annum. And might add, with a positive trade balance, which means we export more than we import, which is good, by the way, for our current account balance. Approximately 700,000 traders are on our register. We notice from that we have 70 active traders, or 70,000, between 70,000 and 80,000 active traders. To date, we have accredited 160 authorized economic operators for AEOs, compared to 3% for non-AEOs. Sorry, compared to, since 2017, we were able to accredit 65 in the first 3 years, compared to 100, just over 100, that we have in the last 2.5 years since we established a focused executive responsible for the AEO program and built a dedicated team around her. This 160 represents 20% of our total trade, or 780 billion. So even though the number by percentage is relatively low, if you take the 70 to 80,000 as the denominator of our trade volume, it is not insignificant. With an intervention rate of 0.02% for AEOs, that gives you a sense of the green lane experience. Because non-AEOs, our selection rate is 3%. We have some useful feedback from those who have signed up and are accredited. One AEO reported that they have saved 30,000 per container that is not stopped for an intervention or an inspection. And for them, it amounted to 11 million rand per annum. Multiply that by 80,000 and you can see the cost saving to the economy. Multiply that across the entire base of our 5 SACU countries and you can see the enormous economic multiplier that the AEO program can bring. That's why I set for my team a significant and ridiculous challenge that I want another 400 in the next year. Another AEO reported that since they have signed up, they've not had a single stoppage or intervention. As I draw to a close of welcoming you, I want to share with you the characteristics of great partnerships, because this is a partnership. Firstly, great partnerships are characterized by a shared vision and a common set of objectives and goals. Both parties pursue this common vision rather than their separate individual interests. There has to be clear communication. And let me remind you, communication is more about listening and understanding each other's needs than speaking and be heard. But communication is key to successful partnerships, and both parties must continue to communicate with clarity, with regularity, and ensure that the alignment of interests remained uppermost. There must be mutual trust and respect. You cannot have a senior partner and a junior partner. You have to be equals, different in terms of your roles and mandates, but equal in the relationship. If we don't trust and respect each other, we will continue to undermine our common and our several interests. Then, fourthly, there must be complementary skills. We have our skills as administrators, and you have your skills as business people. We often do not have the skills that you have, and I've made this request unashamedly before. Help us to help you. Investing in data science and technology is expensive. Hiring top, scarce skills is an elusive goal. But pooling our resources towards a common goal will significantly enhance our ability to succeed. And then a fifth characteristic of great partnerships is flexibility and adaptability. You have to have a clear, unyielding goal and strategic intent, but you have to be flexible and agile in terms of how you achieve it. You cannot be locked into an algorithm or recipe that you invented 6 or 10 years ago and believe that you continue to do the same and hope for a different outcome. Then great partnerships require commitment. And if either of the partners is not fully committed to invest the time, the resources, and the effort, the partnership will not work. Then great partnerships have shared values. And where we have common values and principles, where we elevate ourselves to the highest common multiplier rather than the lowest common denominator, we will succeed. Great partnerships requires accountability. And I mentioned last night, and I say it again, we must hold ourselves and each other accountable. I am not frivolous when I say you must set and hold us to a high standard, because we will hold you to the higher standard. And then the last characteristics of great partnerships is reciprocity. There has to be give on both sides. It cannot just be take. And so, as we are about to embark on this day, I would like for all of us here, and those connected and who will hear this appeal through the media, but especially to the leadership of customs here present and the leaders of business and business associations, the challenge. That the next time you see an unemployed person, the next time you see gross inequality in society, don't be indifferent to it. know that you can make a difference. Know that you can transform the life of an ordinary know that you are in a position of immense privilege. You have the power of influence as well as of means to make life bearable. Every Bamkulu, every young African girl child, every young African boy child that haunts me, and I yearn for positive change during our lifetime. We can do it. If not us, then who? In the words of Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. I encourage, therefore, everyone present and those who hear this message to be the thoughtful, committed citizen that set as your personal and professional purpose the goal of bringing about transformational change in our region. And borrowing from Arthur Ashe, no doubt a childhood hero of many, or certainly those in my age group, start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. I wish you a most productive and purposeful conversation today, but importantly, don't leave until you have a clear bias, a program of unprecedented action. Thank you very much.
Let's give the CG another round of applause. That was a very encouraging message. He said, start where you are. If not you, then who? And he said, help us help you. So it goes back to what AEO stands for. It's us coming together. Our ports connect us, and customs has a duty to serve all of us and to bring us together and make us one. Prof. Edward Kitsweta, thank you very much for the message. I would like to invite the next speaker who will be joining us virtually, Mr. Richard Chapa from the World Customs Organization. He is the Deputy Secretary General. He will be speaking to us on statement on global implementation of AEO and opportunities for business and government agencies. He will also include lessons for SACU. So at this juncture, may we please connect the Deputy Secretary General. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. I am Ricardo Treviño Chapa, Deputy Secretary General of the World Customs Organization. Greetings from Brussels.
Sorry, Ricardo.
Yes.
Just we have no sound in the room. Just hold on.
You let me know.
Yes, you can start. You can go ahead and go. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? All good? Perfect, thank you. Well, good morning again. I am Ricardo Treviño Chapa. I'm the World Customs Organization Deputy Secretary General. Greetings from Belgium, where the headquarters of the WCO are located. Thank you very much for the invitation to this important event. WCO has been contributing to the several workshops on raising awareness about AEO, and it's my pleasure to greet our host, Commissioner Kiswetter from SARS, and of course, other friends, colleagues, partners from the SACU Secretariat and commissioners of customs administrations of SACU. It's my pleasure to greet you. I'm really sorry that I cannot be with you there in person. Unfortunately, the agenda was impossible to manage at this stage, but I look forward to meeting you in person in a further occasion. I'll talk to you a little bit about the AEO, the story, how WCO is working on this. As you may know, it was back in June 2005, where responding to global developments pertaining security concerns, the WCO adopted the SAFE framework of standards to secure and facilitate global trade through closer partnership between customs and between business. And the SAFE framework of standards provides a model on how to implement certain measures. And although not directly legally binding, members who signed a letter of intent declared their intention to implement the SAFE framework of standards. So far, we have 172 members that have signed this letter. And let me give you a bit of context, because the WCO, which this year is celebrating its 70th anniversary, has 185 members. That's basically 99% of trade. So out of those 185, already 172 members have signed a letter of intent to implement this tool. And this unique international instrument has ushered in modern supply chain security standards and heralded the beginning of a new approach to the end-to-end management of goods moving across borders, while recognizing the significance of a closer partnership between customs and business. I think very much in line with what Commissioner Kiswetter has mentioned already. Now, some of the key features of the SAFE framework of standards are that it affects both supply chain security and facilitation, which, as mentioned already, these are the two fundamental and controversial missions of any customs administration. The SAFE is also consistent with the revised Kyoto Convention and the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, especially considering risk management, use of technology, partnership with trade, and it is also applicable to all modes of transport. So the SAFE framework of standards rests on three pillars of customs-to-customs network arrangements, which is the first one. The second is customs-to-business partnerships, and then to customs to other government agencies cooperation. So this three-pillar strategy has many advantages, and the pillars involve a set of standards that are consolidated to warranty ease of understanding and rapid international implementation. Today, I will focus more on the second pillar, customs to business cooperation, which is where the AEO is located within our instrument. The SAFE framework of standards, which was, as I was saying, introduced back in 2005, has a cycle of review that keeps it updated, and we try to do this every 3 years. So the latest version, the SAFE Package 2021, includes a number of new updated tools, and we are considering within this pillar 2, customs to business partnership, the AEO implementation and validation guidance, a new online updated AEO compendium in order to see the best practices, a strategy guide for AEO mutual recognition as well as some of the frequent asked questions linked to the SAFE AEO program and its relationship with the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. We also have some WCO guidelines on trade identification number, the TIN, and a secretariat note on how to expand the concept of the AEO to cross-border e-commerce on the one hand, and how to expand this AEO concept as well to free zones, two very sensitive and particular modes of trade that, of course, currently are of highly relevance to customs administrations. Now, the customs business partnership, this pillar 2 within our SAFE framework of standards, its main focus is to create an international system for identifying private businesses that offer a high degree of security warranties in respect of their role in the supply chain. So this international system, or this program, basically is the Authorized Economic Operator, the AEO. And this AEO program is also based in 6 standards. The first one, partnership. I think Commissioner Kieswetter already gave us a very profound, in-depth analysis of what partnership involves. So this is the first standard that we are touching upon our AEO program. The second, security, and how to provide for the incorporation of predetermined security best practices into business practice of AEOs. Third standard is on authorization, providing the validation and accreditation process. Fourth standard, technology. We encourage the use of technology in order to maintain cargo and container integrity. Fifth standard, communication. How to promote security through communication, customs to business. And our sixth standard is facilitation, providing joint efforts of customs and AEOs to maximize security and facilitation at the same time. And at this point, let me say that, as Commissioner Kieswetter already mentioned, facilitation, control, we have both obligations, and we cannot choose one over the other. That's why I've always thought that mentioning or aiming for a balance between facilitation and control is not the best approach from our side, because balancing means that you have to sacrifice, in a way, part of one of the objectives in order to balance both in a level. I would say that we shouldn't try to balance. We should go for both of them 100%. We cannot renounce to any of these obligations. And today, with the technology available, I think as customs administrations, we can be very efficient and achieve 100% of both control and facilitation. And of course, this should be cemented through the partnership and the trust that we build with business and with customs to customs cooperation. So AEO is very much in line with these concepts, with these principles that we are looking for as customs administrations. Now, the SAFE sets forth the criteria by which businesses in the supply chain can obtain authorized status as a security partner. Such criteria addresses issues such as threat assessment, a security plan adapted to the assessed threats, of course, a communication plan, and procedural measures to prevent irregular goods entering into the international supply chain, physical security of buildings and premises, security of cargo, means of transport, personal vetting, and protection of information systems. The priorities of validating or authorizing participants can be determined by a number of factors, including import volume, security-related anomalies, the strategic threat posed by certain geographic regions, or other risk-related information. Deciding which factors to emphasize will unavoidably change based on evolving circumstances. So what is the AEO program itself? The AEO is a party involved in the international movement of goods in whatever function that has been approved by or on behalf of a national customs administration as complying with WCO or equivalent supply chain security standards. There is a list of the most common types of AEOs. It covers basically all the actors in the supply chain, We can talk about manufacturers, importers, exporters, brokers, carriers, ports, airports, warehouses, freight forwarders. And an AEO program is a customs to business partnership aimed to secure the supply chain and to facilitate legitimate low-risk trade. And this program is led by customs administrations. And the program is voluntary to trade. And for those businesses certified as AEOs, customs should afford tangible benefits. So this is basically what we are looking for when we implement an AEO program. And of course, national customs administrations should decide on the benefits and on its concrete implementation. From the business perspective, the most important question usually is that customs should answer would be what kind of benefits should be normally provided to an AEO. And the comprehensive list of benefits has been grouped in two broad categories, namely general benefits and then operator-specific benefits as set in our Annex 4 of the SAFE Framework of Standards. On the general benefit side, we find issues such as measures to expedite cargo release, reduce transit time, and lower storage costs, measures to facilitate post-release processes, special measures relating to periods of trade disruption or elevated threat level, participation in new trade facilitation programs or initiatives, benefits provided by other government agencies, benefits under mutual recognition arrangements, providing access to information of value to AEO participants, and other indirect benefits. On the operator-specific benefits, well, there will be, the national administration will consider specific benefits depending on the characteristic or the role of the AEO. In this case, if it's an exporter, an importer, a warehouse, a broker, logistic operator, carriers, port or terminal operators, or manufacturers. And now, given the recent circumstances on what we went through or we are going through still with the recent global pandemic, we also promoted AEO for business continuity. In case of disruptive events, AEO can help to ensure the supply chain, the safety and security of customs staff by avoiding the physical inspection of goods, and the safety of the supply chain, including in the event of less strict customs controls due to high risks of infection. In this regard, we have developed some business continuity measures for the AEO program that would implement flexible measures such as temporary extensions of AEO certifications, expansions of AEO programs in order to involve an increased number of key global supply chains players to improve the validation process and establish a remote validation process itself. So we have been keeping, as I've been saying, the update and modernizing the AEO program in order to respond to current threats and challenges within our economy. So how successful has the AEO program been globally? And at the end, what we're looking here is also to expand the benefits through mutual recognition agreements. In this case, SACU is having a great initiative by already providing recognition in SACU members and having customs to customs cooperation. But currently we have 97 operational AEO programs and 20 more of them are under development. We have as well 33 operational customs compliance programs, which are similar to AEO, and 4 of them which are already being under development. Regarding mutual recognition agreements, MRAs, we have 101 bilateral MRAs concluded, 4 plurilateral regional MRAs concluded, and 29 are currently being negotiated. So this numbers means that the AEO is really working, is having an impact, and is one of the tools that WCO keeps promoting, and that we are very happy to keep collaborating with our members, with our customs administration members, to promote, to guide in its implementation. And of course, we are, in this case, working very closely with SACU, our colleagues of SACU, in building capacity for members, customs administrations, in order to really implement a successful AEO program that really benefits the region, facilitates trade, but at the same time, of course, provides enough protection of society in order to really have a positive impact on our economies. So what is next for the AEO? Well, currently this year we are working on a pilot survey to monitor the implementation of the AEO and to have some information on how to keep improving it, how to really reflect better and more benefits to business on the implementation of AEOs. We are planning already a global AEO conference next year in 2024 in order to raise more awareness of our program. We are developing a draft WCO study report on the smart security devices and finalization of the draft WCO and port cooperation guidelines that would also complement the efforts on AEO programs. So as I said as well before, we're also working on expanding the concept of the AEO to free zone stakeholders and to e-commerce, cross-border e-commerce stakeholders, and environmental compliance under Pillar 3. So, and of course, as part of our frequent review cycle, we will have a new package of, or an updated package of the safe framework of standards by 2025. So this is the ongoing. This is what we're doing. It never stops. We keep evolving. We keep adding and adapting, adjusting our AEO programs to current challenges. So definitely is something that WCO will keep promoting and recommending to our customs administrations members and our partners in business to keep implementing as such. So again, thank you very much for the invitation. It has been a pleasure to be here, and my greetings from Belgium, and I wish you all the best in this day of AEO Raising Awareness workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo Chapa, our colleague from World Customs Organization. He did mention that borders divide us, but customs connects us. I just realized that I'm really sitting in a room full of so much power, so much authority, looking at the responsibilities of both customs and the business. So that means everybody in this room is actually accountable and responsible for the economy of the SACU member states. So we are the key and the engine to improving the systems and improving the lives of the young and the old and everybody that we come across, even those that we see by the traffic lights, even those that we leave at home that cannot do anything for themselves, the go-go, the mamkulu, everybody else is looking onto us to change their lives. So it is important that we facilitate and control the Authorized Economic Operators Program to make sure that it's a success, as it also encourages the use of technology. I would like to invite our colleague from the African Continental Trade Africa. They are supposed to be online to speak on us or for business on SACU. The sign language is very important at this juncture. In the absence of that, we'll move to the next speaker. Should they join online, we'll be able to call them back on. I would like to invite. At this juncture, I would like to invite my very own Executive Secretary, Mr. Thabo David Gasipe, to come and give us a statement on the AEO program and its benefit for the SACU member states. Mr. Gasipe, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Director of Ceremony this morning. Let me start off by aligning myself indeed with a very lengthy but very important protocol that you observed this morning. Let me, even as I say so, acknowledge the Commissioners General here present, the Deputy Secretary General of WCO, we just had him this morning, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioners of Customs, everybody, Captains of Industry here present. Let me start by thanking you all really for participating in this very important event, a SACU Regional AEO Program Awareness Session, which is held under the theme, Authorized Economic Operator as the Future of Doing Business in SACU. Authorized Economic Operator as the Future of Doing Business in SACU. That is our theme for this awareness session today. But even as I say so, right at the beginning, let me also take the opportunity to thank our sponsors for this event. We all owe gratitude to the institutions that have made sure that we are here today. Special thanks to Trademark Africa, the World Bank, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, the Road Freight Association, which have provided sponsorship for various elements of this event. Trademark Africa provided support for the venue and related facilities that we are enjoying today. Please, let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The World Bank was kind enough to provide funding for officials to participate, 2 per country, from Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Namibia. Let's also thank them. And the UNDP funded private sector participants from Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Namibia. Last but certainly not least, the Road Freight Association funded 3 SMMEs from Eswatini, from Lesotho, Botswana, and many other logistical support that has seen this being possible. Please, let's thank them also. We are today also in the month of May, which is the Africa Month, which explains why we are so gladly dressed in our African attire, in appreciation indeed of all those who are supporting our citizens in the region, yourselves most notably being very, very key participants in the agenda of ensuring that we develop Africa. And to that extent, I would invite you to also give yourselves a round of applause. You look beautiful. Now, this AEO awareness session that we are here today is really a culmination of a round of engagements we've had in the region, starting in March, and I remember we started in Namibia in mid-May. We proceeded to Eswatini, Botswana, Lesotho, and here we are today to have the regional one really as a culmination of that good work we have done. It is, as the title says, an awareness session to say, here is a program, and this program is intended to bring benefits to business in the region. And this workshop is therefore intended to create that awareness, promote and enhance constructive dialogue to strengthen coordination between institutions involved in the supply chain. This is customs to business, customs to partner government agencies, and customs to customs partnerships, which underlies the importance of partnership. And this has been said over and over again this morning by the speakers. It is not something that we as customs do to business, but rather something that we and business do together for mutual benefit. And I think the Professor Kisweta today highlighted the importance of that partnership, and this was in fact re-emphasized by the Deputy Secretary General also, that it is only through partnership that we shall mutually see us achieving our goals. It is also intended to strengthen cooperation on the implementation of the program in the region and contribute towards enhanced coordination between all institutions that are involved. But also, more importantly, we want to initiate dialogue on establishing a regional platform for future interaction between customs, partner government agencies, and private sector in the AEO program. What has tended to happen is that we've tended to work in silos, and this has not proven to be beneficial to any of the partners. If you think about it, as we often argue, that if you look at the role that is played by customs at a border post vis-a-vis other government agencies, business tends to benefit from all these agencies working together in order for them to provide an end-to-end seamless solution that benefits business. It's not very beneficial for customs to have a very good AEO program that is in itself essentially a silo that is detached from the rest of what other government agencies are doing. As they say, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And therefore, it really doesn't make sense to keep strengthening over and over the strong link in the chain while neglecting that weak link. Because we know what's going to happen when that chain gets engaged and needs to pull hard. We know where it's going to snap, at that weak link. And it's through, therefore, the partnership that ensures that even as customs tries and comes up with these programs, we are consciously looking at other government agencies, which are very important links in the chain. Because you can get to a border post as a business, enjoying your AEO status, and customs clears you in record time. In fact, you are not even provided with trouble in terms of clearing the border. But immediately after customs clears you, immigration stops you, and you're stuck in immigration. Or a policeman flags you aside and searches your consignment, despite customs having cleared you. Or the health authorities also, you're stuck there, or agriculture doing their job. So it's very important for the partnership to really be an integral part of this program in order for us to provide that end-to-end sort of solution for business. That really boils down to making sure that you derive benefit from the whole program. Right, one of the other critical elements of this program is that, as the Deputy SG has indicated, the element of having mutual recognition arrangements between the various member states. First, within SACU itself, between the 5 member states, but then extending it further. These mutual recognition agreements are very important in terms of now combining what have been known as accredited, preferred trader programs in the various member states that we have seen for quite a while, that have been sort of independent, where Eswatini has their own preferred trader program, and you have one in Botswana, you have one in South Africa and Lesotho and Namibia. These programs, through mutual recognition agreements, as has been indicated by the Deputy SG, will now be merged, at least within SACU, through mutual recognition agreements. And we'll agree that when we do that, we're adding value to each individual preferred trader program in each member state by merely connecting them. There are network effects that results from that. I've been making an example going around the member states to try and drive home the importance of network effects. connecting individual elements, and by so doing, the whole becomes more than the sum of the individual parts. And the example I've been making is that of the cell phone in your pocket or on your desk. If you are the only person who has a cell phone in the whole world, is it of any value? Who are you going to call? From whom are you going to receive a call? But if one other person gets a cell phone, what happens? Now your cell phone has a little bit more value because there's someone who can call it, right? There's someone else you can call also. 5 more people join the network. We're beginning to use the word network now. It's becoming a network of 6 phones. 100 more people join in. What happens to your phone, the value of your phone? It becomes more and more valuable by virtue of others joining the network. And therefore, the same principle applies to our individual preferred trader programs in the member states. Your program as Eswatini, your program as South Africa, your program in Botswana, Lesotho, and Namibia is valuable, yes, but the moment you connect it with the one in South Africa, what happens? It enhances its own value, it enhances the value of the program in South Africa and in Namibia and the rest of the region because of the network effects that flow naturally from the example I've just given. So by signing mutual recognition agreements, we are trying to add value to this program. And indeed, as the SG has indicated, it doesn't stop within SACU. Once we have signed, as we will today, you will witness the Commissioners General sign mutual recognition agreements between the various member states so that as a business, once you are accredited in Eswatini, you are automatically accredited in all other member states because the other administrations have undertaken through that agreement to treat you and as a VIP that you are treated as in Eswatini. And immediately as a business, you now can in fact operate seamlessly in the entire region in SACU. And we can therefore see to light the objective of industrializing SACU. We can indeed leverage on the African free trade area opportunity by making sure that as SACU, as Team SACU, we can in fact make sure that we have a leg up when it comes to now competing with East Africa, competing with West Africa under the AFCFTA that we all know has been defined as the next development opportunity for our region. Now, I don't want to dwell too much in terms of explaining what this AEO program is. That has been done and been done very well by the various speakers. The Deputy SG unpacked it very well. What I would rather want to do is maybe just highlight a little bit some of the fundamental philosophical underpinning of this program in terms of, again, some of the elements of the discussions this morning. The professor delved a little deep into, the whole idea of balancing. The SG said, let's not balance, let's rather focus on both elements, the enforcement and the facilitation element. What is an emerging appreciation in managing compliance with tax revenue authorities and indeed policymakers across the broad spectrum of policy making is the importance of realizing that when we design policies, we should design them for human beings. And human beings have a certain behavioral traits that psychologists are beginning to uncover as to how do you design the most effective policy. And the field of behavioral science has since emerged, which emphasizes the importance of designing for human beings for maximum effectiveness. And to that extent, there is a model that captures this very well under the concept of nudging behavior. The idea is that as policymakers, we are social architects. Ours is to design policies that really lead to people to, sometimes without even realizing, to behave in a way that is considered to be appropriate. And the model that emanates from this is captured very well by it's a emphasize desirable. This is lessons we are learning from, in fact, you as a private sector, because you apply the same techniques, isn't it, to get your customers to buy. And we are therefore saying, as policymakers, there are lessons we can learn from what you have done. The S in the East model stands for social. It has to be social. So it's been realized that human beings are not only driven by self-esteem, but there's also other esteem, i.e., we value a lot what others think about us. In fact, we are primarily motivated more by what others do than what we may think we do. If you look at the hairstyle on your head, you may think it's your choice, but truth is, society has chosen it for you. The clothes you're wearing, you may think it's your style, but we know it has nothing to do with your style. It's a trend, isn't it? That's what society is dressing like these days, and therefore you just fall in line. We are other esteemed. We are motivated by social trends. That's why we talk about certain behavior going viral, right? It spreads like a virus. That's how important social impact is to our own behavior. And therefore, in order to design policies such that are effective, we have to make sure that we make them viral. That's why we are here, to make the AEO viral. We want to make it a social trend. We want to make it front and center. We want to make it everybody aspire to be a member of the AEO club. And it's only through us designing it appropriately and making sure that we promote it, we push it and make it attractive that it shall become social. So that is one of the key elements that when you look very carefully at the AEO program, it is indeed designed to be a social trend. The last part of the East model, the nudge model here, is we have to make sure it's timely. The intervention has to be timely. And as customs administrations, revenue agencies, we know the importance of making sure that to capture people to become compliant, sometimes it's a matter of the time at which you interact with them, the time at which you try and get them compliant. Some argue that we should try and focus on getting compliance even in schools so that you start getting them to behave, to grow up with that sense of civic duty, of the importance of being compliant to tax obligations. Some will say when you register a business, let's make sure that tax is already there, customs is there, and information about the AEO program is there right at the right time of registration, because then you are most likely to get the right behavior because of your timing, purely because of your timing. Business understands this very well. This is why you will find that you go to the shops and you are asked to get a loyalty card. And I know as business, you know, it's a trap. It's a loyalty card, but it's a trap at the end of the day. It's a trap because they want to collect data about you, isn't it? And then they, every time you go to the store, you buy, they have data about what you bought, what you just bought. And over a year, they analyze your buying pattern. And then they'll be sending you adverts, well-timed adverts about, oh, by the way, we have a promotion on that sugar that you like. And you're like, how do they know I like that sugar? Of course they know, through the loyalty card. Every time you swipe that card, it captures the information about what your buying patterns. There's a story about a parent who got very mad that the one store, which is a pharmacy store, I won't mention names, was sending information to their teenage daughter, baby things, you know, now that you're going to be a mother, you can buy this clothes, this is the food, whatnot, the milk and all that. And they were very mad and went to the store. Why do you keep sending my teenage daughter these things? Said, oh, sorry, we apologize, we'll make sure that we deal with that. Only to find, in fact, the store knew before the parents that the daughter was pregnant. Why? Because, of course, the timing of the advert to the child was programmed to basically send information based on your buying patterns, right? That's a very timely intervention, right? And you also know what they do when you're at the shop. You'll go through the whole store buying things and buying things. The moment you go to that last aisle towards the till, they then time very well what to advertise to you. They put all the temptations right on that aisle, the sweets and all these unnecessary things that you would otherwise not have bought. That's timing at work. The AEO program is therefore also designed and should be implemented to be effective by timing it very well. And therefore, these are some of the considerations that were put into designing this program. This is the underpinning, the philosophy underpinning this intervention. It cuts across, in fact, all other policy interventions that we, as customs administrations, as revenue administrations, in our partnership with business, are trying to make an effort to make sure that we become effective. We don't just do policy for policy's sake, but we make sure that it becomes very effective. Now, there has been information about the success of the program in the region. Indeed, we currently have 176 accredited economic operators under the AEO compliance program in SACU, and the distribution is 3 in Botswana, 2 in Eswatini, 10 in Lesotho, 1 in Namibia, and 160 in South Africa. This is as we stand today. But I'll tell you that as we went through the member states to try and promote the program, even at every session, we had pledges for joining the program by the private sector. And I hope today we'll be seeing the same thing happening in terms of interest going up. But more importantly, I've had the commissioners general, each of them there, indicate the level of ambition that they have in terms of rolling out the program in their various member states in terms of, the targets that they give in their teams. Commissioner Kisweta yesterday told us he gave his team a target of 500. He says 4 now. His level of ambition is going down. Maybe 3, Prof. I've heard Commissioner Shivute talk about a number of 50. He has 1 now. He has 1. Commissioner Shivute wants 50 by the end of the calendar year. I'm putting them on the spot. And I don't know about the others, but we will need to make sure that we have targets that will define the level of ambition that we want to achieve by a specific period. But more importantly, let's also realize that it's not just about rolling out the program in terms of numbers. There's also an element of making sure that it actually is beneficial, it actually is happening on the ground. And the idea of the mutuality in terms of recognition from either member states actually comes alive. It would be very disappointing to business indeed if you are accredited in Botswana and then you try to go to Namibia and then you find the officials in Namibia start asking questions that now question your accreditation. It would be very disappointing because here we are today saying this is going to be mutual recognition. Your accreditation in Namibia will be recognized in Botswana and in South Africa, in Eswatini, and throughout the whole region. So that is one of the most important factors to make sure that we really get it going, we really make it practical, and it is indeed what we promise in terms of the benefits that it rolls out. It's also important also to realize that we're not doing this AEO program as an end in itself, and this has been emphasized over and over. These initiatives are not done just as an end in themselves. They are actually geared towards a certain ultimate outcome of developing our region for the benefit of our citizens. It is to actually realize some of the important objectives captured succinctly by the AFCFTA opportunity to basically industrialize the whole of Africa. And by this initiative, we're trying to make sure that first and foremost, business in SACU is given a leg up in order for it to become effective, efficient, by providing you with speed. And time, as we know, is money. The time you spend clearing at our border posts, if it's too long, that counts as cents and rents in your pockets. And therefore, the element of predictability also, but even the element of making sure that there is predictability. You know, every time you go to a border post as an accredited business with demonstrated compliance behavior, what to expect, and not expected once in a while, but consistently without fail from a customs administrations. As a prof said, hold us to a high standard, even as we hold you to a very high standard. So this is really boils down to us recognizing that in doing this, we are really trying to make sure that we develop our region, and indeed by so doing, the whole of Africa. I therefore, ladies and gentlemen, would like to implore business in the region to join this AEO program and realize the desire on the part of the customs administration to really form mutually beneficial partnerships. We will be, after this, engaging with the East African community, the West African community, Central and North Africa, to sign mutual recognition agreements and even going beyond Africa, so that you indeed can become a business that is all over the world. We can build regional and even continental and global value chains that are facilitated seamlessly, predictably, at low cost by customs administrations. On this note, let me thank you for your attention, and really looking forward to seeing this program grow, and we will be monitoring its implementation as time goes on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, SACU Executive Secretary. The ESS said a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So that means you have to check your links and check who's the weakest link and how do we get to improve that weakest link to make sure that our chain is really strong in all areas and mutually strong. He also spoke on SACU. Business in SACU should be given a leg up because time is money. So we have to be consistent with each other from border to border as we connect each other and as we have mutual respect for one another to improve our business. I would like to invite Mr. Wilbers and Mr. Theron to speak to us on the demonstration of the custom system connectivity, the IT connectivity. This is an IT connectivity that is led by Eswatini. However, our champions in South Africa will assist us to speak on it for today. Mr. Theron, the floor is yours. I see he's looking for Mr. Wilber. They're bringing their bags, so I don't know how they're gonna do it. I'm ready. It's IT connectivity, colleagues. And our colleague Chapa has already said we have to encourage the use of technology. So I believe this is only the beginning. Very soon we won't be carrying papers. We'll just be using connectivity at our border post. Mr. Wilbers is on his way here. They will arrange his presentation as he walks up to the mic. Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Yeah, I was just caught a bit by surprise. I thought we were going to have Ray first and I would be able to set up then. So apologies for that. If you could just give me a minute or two, let me just connect and then we will show you a demonstration of the data connectivity that's in place within SACU.
All right, I will help Carl to use his 2 minutes. But I think perhaps just a little bit of history about IT connectivity for the benefit of those who joined us today. There's this IT connectivity, what you're going to see now is really good in that it shows that we can share live data cross border with other agencies. I think the importance of IT connectivity is of more relevance. And that is that if you start off, especially for trade, you would know that you set your ambitions at kind of saving time, saving cost, having limited bureaucracy at the border. And I think what the end game is for IT connectivity, or I don't think what the end game is for IT connectivity, what should be the end game for IT connectivity, is that it becomes an enabler to move to a single declaration that allows for a seamless movement across the border. In other words, you will only lodge a declaration once into the system and it will be used by both parties. So where we find ourselves now is we're at a relatively high rate with some of the partners in terms of connectivity as it stands, but it's not good enough to now take that extra shift to actually move to a single declaration. So one of the things that's happening now, and Carl's going to show you the importance of what is called the UCR, the Unique Consignment Reference Number. I know that many in trade would be familiar with that. But one of the things that we as the heads of customs in SACU would drive very aggressively in the next year is compliance against UCR submission on customs declarations. So it's very unfortunate that some people in trade have thought it very wise to just put in any number in the sequence, and a lot of those declarations then don't match to the other side. So it's on, you know, Ray made a comment, I think it was yesterday, where she spoke about the carrot and the stick, and she called me the stick. So, I don't know whether that was a compliment. It was, but I think what becomes really important is that we now need to take out the stick to actually drive compliance. We don't like to do that. Maybe contrary to popular belief, because taking out the stick also adds administrative burden on our resources, which is very scarce, and we would like to use them very differently. So we would really like, and we will implore over the next few weeks, so we will have a few communications that goes out to trade, talking about the importance of forcing compliance on UCR level. Carl, is your 2 minutes, is that good enough for your 2 minutes? Are you ready? Or, sorry? Okay, he says I must talk a little bit more. So perhaps I will touch on what does connectivity then offer? Well, first and foremost, it offers the ability for customs administration to do upstream declaration submission prior to the border, number one, but also upstream risk profiling, which basically means that we can have a decision as two counterparts at the border. We can have a decision ready by the time that you get to the border, which will enable you to move through the border seamlessly. It's also for us a benefit in that it provides us a single version of the truth in your declaration. So what is declared on my side is the same as the other side. And then it also provides IT connectivity, provides us the leverage to extend beyond just declaration to manifest, to use it as a transit management control, etc. And then it provides us the ability to move to an actual single administrative document, which is electronic. And I see that Carl is now ready. Thanks.
Thanks, Bayers. Yeah, IT is always in crisis mode. Yesterday I could hide away, today I can't hide away. Thank you. All right. Okay, so for those who don't know me, my name is Carl Wilgers. I work for SARS. I'm responsible for all external interfaces, electronic interfaces for the customs side of things. So the IT connectivity journey, I'm just going to go through this very high level. It started a long time ago under the, there we go, in 2012 we had meetings, and important there, so we see we based this on the SAFE framework of standards at that time. So as our colleagues from the WCO presented earlier, the SAFE framework has been part of this. We've gone through various items in this. A big lesson we learned is getting the legal stuff in place to allow the exchange of information to take place. The technical side was actually faster than the legal side, because obviously for people to agree on things it takes time. And yes, we went live with this many times ago. So in 2018 already with Eswatini, then Botswana in 2020, Namibia in 2021, and where's Lesotho? Lesotho is somewhere as well. There we go, 2019 Lesotho. So that's just an idea that this hasn't happened overnight, it's been a journey. Just as to emphasize as well, we are using the WCO framework. So the WCO have what they call a globally networked customs framework that we align to. And there's various aspects that we look at, from entities to business rules, data clusters, triggers, interface, integration, all kinds of things. Not going to bore you with that. And specifically for the what we have implemented in the data exchange side of things is a thing called Your Export is My Entry, where we exchange export information with the other member states. So from a SARS perspective, with all the other member states, and from all the other member states to SARS. And we are working currently as well with the other member states between each other as well. So the important thing in exchanging declaration information, you need to have a link to link the export and the import or the transit, or the transits in those declarations. So again, we're using the WCO UCR, Unique Consignment Reference, that is provided for this purpose. So we are, again, just emphasis aligning to standards. So what we do within SACU is not in isolation. What we're doing can be expanded to the world. Okay, just the UCR, this is just what it looks like. It has various components. I don't want to bore you with that stuff, so just to give you an indication of what it looks like. So we'll just move swiftly along. So I'm going to do now a live demonstration of a declaration from South Africa moving through to Eswatini, and then we will show you that it lands in Eswatini. So although you would notice this is a slide, so I'm going to move out of the slide and into a Excel sheet. Okay. Now maybe just to clarify as well, for those members here that are from South Africa, you know we don't expose our own front end. We use an EDI interface where you can send your data directly from your ERP system, as well as we have around 20 odd EDI service providers that provide specific solutions for specific industries. Some specialize in roads, sea, air, FMCG, agriculture, fuels, whatever. So these guys specialize in those things. So what I'm showing here is, so not to promote any of these service providers, I've just taken a spreadsheet which has a SAD 500 on. Because if you see me fiddling in this, you're going to not know what I'm doing. And I could be doing anything probably. You wouldn't believe me. Okay, so you guys should be familiar with the SAD 500. So this is just a SAD 500 in a spreadsheet. And it has all the various fields. So we've got our office there, our manifest number. So I'm going to change that manifest number to, this was at number 99 that I got called up here, so I'm going to put 99 on there. And then we have the most important field from a data exchange perspective. This thing would zoom today. Yes, there we go. Is the UCR. Okay, so the UCR is the link as referenced earlier there, and it's made of various components. So this UCR in the spreadsheet isn't even automatically generated. So it has the various components of there, and it's using the invoice number within this spreadsheet to generate the UCR. So if we go to where the invoice number is, and Mr. Taron, would you give me a reference today that we can use? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 7, 8. Okay, and I'm going to just put BT in there as well. just maybe take away a 0 or 2 there. Okay, the other size constraints, I'm just making sure we don't overdo that. So you would see then that is automatically updated into the UCR over there. We have the commodity code, we have the description over here. Okay, there we made put some things in yesterday just to show that it does go through. So I'm just gonna change that to RIAs. And we have all the various values related to this. And in South Africa, the reference assigned by the trader we refer to as the LRN. It has several components. The unique part assigned by the trader is the serial number, so I'm just going to have to make that unique. So again, I'm just going to make that 99, and I'm going to change the date to today, the declaration. Okay, and then I'm just going to say create EDI cast deck. So this is just going to take this data, which you should be familiar to you, and it's asked me to create a file. Okay, so you can see now I have created that file, and within that file there's data that looks a bit of a delay like that. Okay, so these things have changed in here, so you can see there my LRN is the 99, and my UCR there, I've got the reference Mr. Turon gave us there. Okay. Now I'm just going to manually inject this into the system. This isn't the usual process, but this is for the demo purposes. Our communication is very secure using digital certificates, signing and encrypting over the internet. So believe me, we have not, in the time that we have been doing this, had a single issue with that. If you just let me log on here. Oh, I'm late for a meeting. Okay. Okay, so this is background stuff. The trader does not see this at all. This happens automatically. So I'm going to pick up that file we created over here. Okay, that is now being processed. I'm just going to go and get that LRN again. It's going to be there. And just go into a little tracking tool we have. Again, this is internal. Live demo issue. Okay. Yesterday it went so smoothly. Okay. Okay. Okay, even though I can't see it there, I've got a status 8, which is a proceed to border. So this is my response that I've got from the system. So it's maybe just a delay on the side. Just make sure maybe I got something wrong there. Okay. But okay, let's move over to the transmission side of it. So I can see it has gone through there. They want me to log in again. Tetsia, or you around here somewhere? Ah, don't worry, I'm getting stage fright. Okay. Okay, so there at 10:06, we can see a message was sent through to Eswatini. Even though Eswatini, the country code is still SW. And we can see there with there is the value that Mr. Rotteron gave me on the, I'll make that bigger. So there's the UCR, and this message has been delivered to Eswatini, and we have a confirmation back from Eswatini that they've received it. So there to Eswatini, back from message from Eswatini, indicating that it was successful. So I'm now going to hand over to my colleague Tando in Eswatini, our IT connectivity champion, to show you from the Eswatini side of things.
Good morning to you. I would just like to share my screen so I can show the message Carl just sent right now. Can you stop sharing, Carl message?
We're trying to connect you. Eswatini. Okay.
I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, you can see it. Thanks.
Oh, okay. So I think on our side, we use the system called Customs Connect for processing the declarations which we receive from SARS. So I think right now I'll just show the one which Carl has sent. So we have this part where you go to foreign customs declarations and you can just search for the declarations which you have received. So if we can look at the top one here, you can see that we received it at 10:06, as Carl said that they sent it on the other side at 10:06. And you can also confirm using the UCR that this is the declaration which was sent by the SARS system. So on our side from here, we are then able, the system is then able to match this export declaration using our import declaration, and we are also able to create reports which are used by our customs teams. These reports can either include the discrepancy in terms of value or the weight. So it is up to our customs team how they then use that data. I think that's all from my side. Thanks, Carl.
Thanks, Thunder. So you witnessed the live exchange right now from South Africa to Eswatini seamlessly. I'm just going to share again, just put a slide or two just further. Okay, so here's just some stats from the various perspectives. So the blue line is the data from the BAL member states with SARS, so the matching with SARS, so the exports are coming in from the BAL members. The orange line, the SARS, is the SARS matching on the SARS imports with the BAL member exports. So you can see we're in the range of 60 to 70%. We were higher than 70%. This is the average. So we are touching on the early 80s already with some of the exchange. And the bottom line is the matching with SARS with the BAL member side. So there's just some indications on there. I'm not going to go through those. Bayers, I wasn't listening. Can I carry on with this one? I was busy there. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, I think, I don't recall if you mentioned the e-penalty. Okay, so in order to increase the matching rate, we are dependent on the importers declaring the correct UCR as supplied by the exporting country to be able to do that matching. And we now have unfortunately gotten into the state where we need to start implementing penalties to get that to increase. Okay, so as of the 1st of July, declarations that are coming through will be applicable for penalties. As with our other penalties, they will only be sent out from the 1st of August. And this is as well just for all the members here to be aware that you might get very maybe difficult South African importers now saying that we want our UCR from the other states. Okay, so, and yeah, that is my story. Is there not any questions from anybody? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. A transaction just took place between South Africa and Eswatini, even in the midst of IT being in a crisis. Said IT is always in crisis, but the transaction was able to take place. I am aware, or I'm informed that Dr. Francis Mangini is back online. He will give us a statement on the leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area for SACU businesses. May we please connect Dr. Mangini? Okay, Dr. Mangini has lost the network again. We will move to the next agenda, which is the last agenda on this session, the part one that I have been directing. We're now taking to the inauguration of the logo for the SACU Regional AEO program. I will be presenting the logo to us. This is the logo that you see in front of you. I think most of you have been wondering, what logo is this? If you look at all the speakers that spoke this morning, I think all of them said communications about 15 times each. So that means it's very important that we have communication as part of the implementation of the AEO. So we have developed a logo for the AEO, taking into consideration different elements that we have Okay, and the goal of the development of this logo is to have ambassadors that are speaking to the program and are selling the program. We need the business to understand what is authorized economic program, what are the benefits of being part of that program. We're being informed that they are the general and the business benefits of it as a trader to be part of it. The goal is to create a new visual identity that reflects the name, vision, and value defined by our brand platforms. So this logo will be the logo that determines or that identifies all of us that are here today to say, if we say we are authorized economic operators accredited, who are we and how are we? It includes all the SACU member states. The element of the logos are circle, flag, and ring. The circle, it means that we are together, we do business around the world with each other. The flag is the flags of the 5 SACU member states. That means we are all into it. And then the ring binds us together to say we're operating as one, we're no longer operating as differently. And if you look at the map of the world, that means we're not only doing business in SACU, we're actually going globe. So we will be doing our business with each other around the world. That's what the rings in symbols. And then that's the map of to say where is the orange, that's us. But to say we're going to be globe, that means we're going to connect internationally as one to do business and to also make sure that we are complying to what we have agreed on as part of the AEO. We have the 5 flags of Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, and South Africa. That binds us to make a SACU team that the executive secretary was talking about. Then we become one, we don't become individuals as we trade. Then we have bilateral colors. We have the circle, that is the purple color, the blue color. If you look at our colors, they took into consideration all the SACU member state colors and all the revenue services colors of their brands to make sure that we make them one. These colors are showing authority, that we have authority into what we do, like showing confidence, dignity, power, success, and security. That we are very sure of what we are doing, we are very secure in our business, and the color orange signifies our uniqueness. It also shows luxury and prestige. And together, these vibrant colors represent our energy and passion for the brand that we represent. We have the typography that we use that will be speaking to who we are, and that shows sustainability and longevity, and that is very clean and professional. This logo that we present before you indicates that we are solid, we are unshakable, and we have authority, and we are secure in doing business and trustworthy to our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the AEO logo. And as we work as communication experts together with the customs experts, we will be defining the rules of how to use it, where to use it, who gets to use it, and how do they get to use it. We also have a short video that will demonstrate our logo that will be played to you right now. Thank you.
Is your business based in Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, or South Africa? Are you currently importing, exporting, or engaged in cross-border trade? Are you looking to expand your business to new markets in Africa and beyond? If so, then the Authorized Economic Operator Program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator Program is a dispensation that rewards traders with proven history of compliance and those who seek to comply voluntarily with custom laws and related laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary and data requirements for cargo release, minimum numbers of cargo security inspections, low rate of physical inspections and examinations, mutual recognition of authorized economic operators by all the SACU member states. You too can become an authorized economic operator and enjoy the hassle-free environment when crossing the borders. All you need to do is to apply to become an authorized economic operator at the relevant country revenue agency offices. The future of doing business in SACU is AEO.
That is our SACU, our AEO logo. And at this juncture, my business with you today ends here. But I do not leave you alone. I will be handing over to my colleague, Ms. Penny Buluho, who will take you up after this health break. You are invited to go on a break. May we make it 15 minutes because we have lost most of our morning time. Can we all be back here in 15 minutes, please? Thank you very much.
So you can. I think you can turn it on now. Yeah, yeah.
Colleagues, can you please be seated?
What is difficult?
No, you can hear you over the on live.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I be the only one standing, please? Photographers.
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm the director for this part 2 session of the private sector discussing AEO. I hope you heard that. I'm the director. Please keep that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard that now trade is rebounding. That has been the discussion for the last 2 days, including this morning, that trade is rebounding after what we had gone through COVID-19. As we are building the borders, regional trade AEO forms central point of collaboration and border management. Customs administration cannot do this alone, but requires all key strategic stakeholders. And those strategic stakeholders, they are sitting in front of you. This is the private sector who's going to be taking you through their experience on the AEO program. I would like to bring the 2 moderators or introduce them to you today. And I also would like to make an emphasis of what is required by the AEO program, which is reciprocity. And that is what we had again this morning to say, it cannot only be a receiving end that enjoys the benefits of this, but everybody should. So we should all enjoy the benefits of the program for the benefit of trade. So AEO shares practical experience on the AEO compliance program, including the benefits for the business areas, improvement from business, customs, and other government agencies. I would like to introduce the first moderator. That first moderator is Mr. Nathi Dlamini from Eswatini. Mr. Nathi Dlamini holds a master's degree, it's an MBA, those who are not aware, from the United Kingdom at Henley Management College of Brunel University, and a bachelor degree in business administration from Texas. He also holds postgraduate qualifications from Wits Business School. Wits Business School is in South Africa, just around the corner.
Yeah,
he is the former managing director of Swaziland Port and Telecommunications Corporation. Prior to this assignment, he was a founding executive and a CEO of Swaziland Investment Promotion Authority. He has spent a number of years internationally and locally in the telecoms and financial services sector, having worked as an executive level for First Republic Bank in Texas, Standard Chartered Bank in London and Swaziland, as well as an executive at Nedbank Swaziland. He is now a corporate turnaround and a change management specialist and has undertaken special work assignment in Dubai, Indonesia, Cameroon, Hong Kong, and numerous other African countries, including South Africa. I have to throw that in. He has over 30 years corporate experience in senior management, strategic planning, finance and banking, public and government relations and public speaking, investment promotion, corporate revival, business-to-business linkages, management consultancy, and people management. He is a loyal partner, an effective motivator, broad-minded thinker, and results-driven leader. He is highly experienced in international corporate strategy, and he is an international corporate strategist and the consultant. I have to pause then on this last line. Ladies, please pay attention. He is married. And he is.
Okay, I wrote that. I wrote that. The other stuff, not me. I wrote that.
Thank you very much. If you could all give him a round of
I
applause,
did.
please.
I did.
Thank you, Nati.
Penny, maybe just one line. Penny, just maybe one line. Please, just one line.
You see people with so many accolades, they tell you that just give one line because then it will take forever. She knows already. She is Dr. Juanita Murray, and you know she's not just called a doctor for nothing. That's why she's saying just read one line. Dr. Murray has a BCom, honors cum laude. Cum laude, can I just
Cum
say that
laude.
again? Honors cum laude. I think a round of applause there from Northwest University. She also has an MCom from UJ and a PhD from University of Northwest. She is the CEO of the South African Association of Freight Forwarders since the 1st of September 2021, relinquishing her position as an executive director of Savino Dalbene, South Africa, which she held for 13 years. Juanita is regarded as a passionate captain of the industry in logistics and is active at all levels of customs-related organizational entities, nationally and internationally. Please keep that in mind. Her PhD had a subject which reads thus: an impact analysis of customs risk management process in South Africa. And this is an evidence of this passionate lady. Juanita has headed up Customs Fraud and Illegal Import Task Team for Business Unity South Africa and has served as a vice chair of the Subcommittee of Trade, Transport and Logistics since 2019. In February 2021, she was appointed to the Trade and Industry Chamber in the NEDLEC structure. Juanita is passionate about improving South Africa's logistics network and engaging with government in creating public-private partnership to fight for South Africa. Juanita represents SARF at the World Customs Organization, private sector consultative group. In addition, she leads the WCO ISA regional private sector group. She is held in high regard by her peers in the industry who recognize her unique abilities to bring together public and private partnership initiatives. These initiatives include changes in statutory legislation such as customs modernization, authorized economic operator, and scientific risk management systems with supply chain movement and activities. With that being said, I would like you to give her a round of applause, Dr. Juanita Murray. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that then being said, I would like to hand over to the moderators. I'm not sure who's going to take us through first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do appreciate that. In fact, that you're busy reading our bios, which you got from our secretaries, by the way. I wasn't aware that was written in there. And I started thinking, Dr. Juanita, somebody did that to Bishop Tutu. He went on embellishing the truth. And when he finished, he stood up, Bishop Tutu says, I don't know who committed the biggest sin here. You embellishing the truth or me enjoying every bit of it? I enjoy every bit of it, what you said about us. Thank you very much. Look, this morning, honestly, it was such an amazing opening because the CG, when he finished talking this morning, I just went, yes, we can, yes, we can. And my colleague said, please sit down, don't shout. And then the ES came later, and he just nailed it. And I stood up, I say, Viva SACU, Viva SACU. They say, no, that's not the place to do that. So I sat down. Then we took a break, and here we are. And welcome again to this conference. And certainly, Dr. Juanita, you want to welcome our very esteemed guests, all of them.
Yes, thank
Very
you.
distinguished, isn't it?
Yes, I think they're from Botswana.
Yes.
Then South Africa, Gerda. Then if I go to Cameroon from Namibia, and then Lesotho, and I think we've got Eswatini online. So we really have all the
Eswatini.
membership.
Yes, but the name is Sebenele, which means
That you must help me with. I
yeah,
can't
Sebenele
pronounce
means
it.
it's enough.
That's
So
good.
we must assume he or she comes from a big family.
Okay.
You know, when they say that, no, it's very true. Once there's too many children, they say it's enough. Sebenele. So welcome. If you are online, you can hear me. It's me, your homeboy, Eswatini homeboy. Welcome online. But that being said, then, Elizabeth, I think we will start by. We know all of you, as panelists, but if you don't mind starting to introduce yourself to us, who you are, what you do, just to give our audience appreciation of what you do.
Yes, and maybe just from which company and industry you work
That's
in,
right.
because that will help us.
Yes, indeed.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
I'll start with Letson.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm Letson
Dumela ntate.
Tekelo
Yeah.
from Lesotho, working for Maseru Toyota. It's definitely a motor industry. And I'm a finance manager for Maputo and Maseru Toyota. We have been part of the AEO program probably since its inception in Lesotho. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you please give me a big hand of applause? Welcome. And then we have next Cameron Kutse. Certainly no return accountant, I think. Go ahead, help yourself. I will embellish after today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invite. Nice being in South Africa. I'm from Namibia. I work for Number Mills Group. And interestingly enough, Number Mills is present in Namibia, South Africa, Eswatini, and Botswana. We manufacture a number of products, amongst others, pasta.
Yeah, carry on. I think it is, but it's okay. Yeah, well, on. Carry on.
For those of you who, I don't know if you know Top Score, that's our main brand. That's maize meal, super maize meal. We do pasta polana, and we also sell chicken. We raise chickens in Namibia. The chickens come from Zambia. We do a number of imports. I'll get to the benefits later on, but at least I can tell you that you've got good statistics. What moves across, we do import every day within the SACU region.
And we can't wait to ask you those questions after you first introduce yourself.
So maybe just a bit more about myself. I'm a chartered accountant.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. The ex-country managing partner of Ernst & Young in Namibia, and I also hold a postgraduate diploma in tax law.
Yes.
Having consulted on tax for about 50 years in Namibia, have a very good and close working relationship with and his colleagues from Namibia.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Would you please give me a big hand of applause? The other part is 35 years in audit experience. It's written in your bio, I know that, which means we're probably at the same age. Yes, now with Gerda Smith.
Yes.
Okay. My memory still works.
Yes, very good.
I appreciate
very
that. I really do.
Yes.
Anyway, go ahead. Help
Thank
yourself.
you. I'm Gerda Smith. I am a customs and incentive specialist for Kucha Development Corporation with 33, almost 34 years of customs experience in customs regulations and law. Kucha Development Corporation is a special economic zone. It's the largest one in South Africa at the moment. We have 59 operational investors coming from South America, Europe, Asia, and a majority of Africa countries. At the moment, we signed 30 new investors, and we're looking at a mineral plants in Kucha, alleviating the electricity and water shortages that is in the Eastern Cape. So we want to be a catalyst for the Eastern Cape, working and alleviating those problems. We stretch so far at the moment in creating a SEZ in Cameroon. We have an Africa team that is working and developing a small SEZ with a back-of-port logistics platform in Cameroon. Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, that's fantastic. Please go ahead. Enjoy that. Coming to Botswana.
Oh,
Batsile.
yes.
Nyako himself in the flesh. Please help yourself, introduce yourself if you don't mind.
Dumelang, hello.
Yeah, Dumela. Okay.
My name is Batsile Nwako. I'm from Botswana. I am a freight forwarder in Botswana from a company called Cargo Junction. We have been operating since 2001 in Botswana. We focus on, freight forwarding. Basically, we handle a lot of, I think, as you know, Botswana is central in the region for the main corridors, which is the Trans-Kalahari and the north-south route into Zambia, into DRC. So we do a lot of handling for South Africa-based forwarders, for Namibia-based forwarders, for cross-border movements into Botswana, into the north, and out of South Africa into Namibia. I am also the chairperson for transport at Business Botswana. That is the Apex lobby body for trade and industry in Botswana. So we lobby government on legislation related to transport and so on. Thank you.
That's very good. Please give her a big hand. Please give Business Botswana my regards. Tell him you met me and we were together. Okay? Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
All right.
We have a very good relationship with them. Dr. Juanita, what do you think?
It's very well, and I wondered, do we have a colleague online? Or
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I think we forgot.
Sebanda. Ooh. And look, I went on and on about his name, and all of a sudden, I don't know that he exists. Hello, online, are you there? Or you didn't approve the things I said about you? Please forgive me. I didn't mean no harm. Are you lining him up or look, I don't know whether it's a he or she. That's why I'm not quite so sure. Can somebody confirm to us?
Can you please confirm if we've got the other person online from Eswatini?
Okay,
not yet.
But yes, Sebenele.
Yes. Is Sebenele online?
It's a he or she. Can he hear me?
Yes, I can hear
I
you.
will withdraw everything I said if he hears me. Sebenele.
Mr. Lamini.
My brother, good morning to you.
Good morning, everyone. I heard you, Mr. Lamini, everything that you said.
Oh, okay. Look, I apologize. The devil made me do it.
No,
everything I said that you don't like, the devil made me do it, and apologize.
There's actually nothing wrong with what you said. In fact, my dad had 6 wives and over 50 kids.
I told you, you people. Oh man, thank you. I told, and I could tell you didn't believe me.
Yes. So everything was right there. Everything was right there, man.
I appreciate you for saying that. Go ahead and introduce yourself so we can start.
Yes, maybe I'll start off by observing all protocol. I'm the group tax manager at Montigny Group. Montigny Group, it consists of like various companies in Eswatini and South Africa. So I'm responsible for everything tax related, including customs matters. So I deal with a lot of revenue authorities, more especially in the SACU member states. Over 90% of our produce, we export it. South Africa having the biggest like market share. Then some of our produce, it goes to Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, you name it. We also have got a huge market in Japan, where we're exporting our biomass to maybe, say, one huge order, maybe per year, but it's a big market for us, for biomass. What else? I've worked like on the other side of the aisle, nearly 8 years at Eswatini Revenue Service, like under various divisions. But I was working as a senior tax officer back then. Then I changed. I would like to call it that I'm a change agent for the Eswatini Revenue Service on this side of the aisle now, because I'm pushing everything that will take us to the top, like as a company, as the group tax manager. Yeah, that will be all from me. And one thing worth mentioning as well, I was part of the first group of cohorts that went to Berlin in Germany to do their masters in tax policy and tax administration, while with the ERS. So we're among the first cohort. Thank you.
We should give kudos to the ERS Commissioner. Please give him a big hand of applause. The commissioner who made it all possible. Savannah, it's good to please stay online, because we're about to ask certain questions. I think we will start. With whom do we start?
Yeah,
Or
maybe if
something?
I just, when we were sitting and we listened to the presentations this morning, I was wondering what will private sector say is the AEO, and maybe it is allow me as an entity to operate seamlessly. So we probably can rephrase it as that, not AEO, but allow me to operate seamlessly. So maybe if we can start with the process, what is their experience, the process with preferred trader, and then going on to the AEO? That's probably, I would suggest, could be our first technical question.
I think so. So we start with the process. I think you think about something else. I think I'll start with that. I was looking at it. I think your mind was thinking about the number of children. I'm coming to you though. Just wait in a few minutes. So we think to begin with the process itself.
Yes.
In terms of their experience with the process.
Yes.
Who's ideally poised to share in that regard with the process amongst you?
I think maybe it's probably good if Namibia and South Africa. Yes.
Okay, let's do that. Why not?
Okay, for Kuga, the process was quite an eye-opener. I know the process, but to explain it to my colleagues was an eye-opener. First of all, it was seamless for us. As a government entity, operating as a private entity, being audited by the AGO every year, we have to comply with ISO accreditation. So that tick box was ticked. Our procurement systems and processes and IT security was in place, so we can tick that tick box. Our governance processes is evaluated every year and increase policy and procedures, so we tick that box. Then it comes to human resources, skills and development within the SEZ. And we try to employ people that will be able to give our investors the most possible return and give them their skills and their input to make sure that they are located within the Kuga SEZ. So we could tick that tick box. And then lastly, what we could do is our financial submissions. Every year we do our tax returns and financial submissions, and we're in good standing with customs. We tick that tick box. So for me, it was a 5-pillar tick box that we done, and it was a seamless process. Thanks.
I love this kind of honest and open. Yes, please give him a big hand of applause. That was the process. Is there anything else you think she hasn't mentioned that you think we have experienced over and above what?
Yeah, maybe if I can ask, Kara, our experience from some private sectors say that the self-assessment questionnaire is too long, too difficult, don't understand the questions. Was that similar to your experience?
For me, knowing the process, working with it from my customs experience with SARS before, for me it was easy, but for my colleagues it was not. It took some time for them to complete the questionnaire, and I need to explain it to them what the detail is around it.
So it's too long.
It is long. For me, it was a long process. It was a long questionnaire, but on the security side, all the input is needed, but it is a long.
And then you're saying if it were possible, it would be nice to have it shortened, perhaps if that were possible?
To have it electronically will be much more easier to fill in a long
Okay.
questionnaire.
Somebody take note, whoever you are, you hear what she's saying. and I think that's something bankable, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Then we don't mind,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead,
Then
go
we
ahead.
don't mind filling in a long questionnaire because it's electronic. It's easy. You saved it and you go back to that. But if you make a mistake on the form, you know it's not electronic. You need to go back and correct it and refill in the form. So
And they don't sell erasers anymore.
Exactly.
Or whatever they used to use when you...
Tipex.
Tipex.
Tipex, yeah.
I think half of them, they don't know that.
Yeah.
Except for people my age.
Mm.
It is called Tipex. Yes, indeed. Anything over and above the experience of Haroda that you may share, which you didn't pick up, perhaps?
So Botswana is, in honesty, at the rollout stage of the process, but having been part of the pilot and so on, we're very much, at a benefits package for the program. And like I said, we're very thankful to the authority now that they're affording the private sector a seat at the table in terms of crafting a benefits package that talks to what the industry wants. Because ideally, this serves the authority in terms of getting faith in operators that they are doing what's expected of them in terms of, being dependent to carry things, the things that they declare they're carrying without, and also to the trader, what's in it for him to do that. So clearly what our authority, which is BRS, that our tax authority have said is, they would want as many people to be a part of this program as possible, and hence they are trying to encourage more people to come in. And we are constantly crafting the part about enhancing the benefits package, for the benefit of traders.
So you're sort of in the midway in terms of registering.
Yes, so I really roll out.
But you can always, somebody, sound control, please help me. But you can already start seeing the benefits.
Of course, like I said, the success of it really, I think for us, having come to understand what it lies at the heart of either party between the authority and the traders getting what they think benefit out of it. So I think, yes, we're getting that in terms of the authority given that and traders getting that.
I'm glad that you're saying we want as many companies to come on board.
Yes.
And that's what we want. And I'm saying that because I'm the champion in Eswatini for this program. And whoever can hear me, yes, we want more coming on board, because that's the whole idea, isn't it?
Maybe before we go to Namibia, is that when we look at the heart of the AEO, it's actually that you transfer risk from customs to private sector.
To private sector, yes.
And then private sector needs to say, okay, I accept the risk, but what benefit will I do? So sometimes people will think, well, is there a return on investment? Because if I take the risk and the benefits doesn't override the risk that I take, what's in there?
Yeah.
I think we as private sector mustn't look at it like that. We must say, we're prepared to take the risk, we build the QA in our business process, and then automatically the return investments come.
Yeah, in fact, I think that's what the Commissioner General in the morning said, this quid pro quo. Yes, he did mention about quid pro quo. You do this and I do that.
That's it. And if I may chip in, I mean, if you see the way generally industry has gone, is a lot of people, especially like producers, I think maybe people like Namibia can support me in that, they try to get into sort of just-in-time production. So we support a lot of industry, for example, like we do in-house logistics for what SAD Miller, what are they called now? They form our SAD Miller. But if you see, they get into just-in-time now. One of the key things that an AEO program is really good for is that it allows quick transit through borders. So, one of the key things for trade is that non-tariff barriers, which is easy crossing and easy crossing across borders. So that on its own is a very big benefit for traders.
That's right.
So, that's a draw card also for traders that, as an AEO, you are assured quick access through borders. And for the people that we serve, if I'm a freight forwarder, for example, and I'm an AEO, and I'm serving in Namib Mills, for example, to know that I'm dealing with a party that's going to ensure that my truck does not stop. So I can plan that when my truck dispatches with raw material in South Africa, in 72 hours, it's in Botswana. Boom, then I've won. And that's what the AEO program is really more about, seamless transit.
I think I'm going to hire the marketing executive for this program. Because you're just killing it right now. If I need anything, you want- Yes, he wants to add.
Before we can move on from the processes.
Let's see.
I would like to reiterate what Nakat has said.
Yes.
The process used to be very difficult because it was manual.
Yeah.
Too many questionnaires and everything. Unfortunately for our Lesotho AEO program,
right,
we are already online, and it has been such a very good feel and a relief that we can actually save and then go back because we are busy all the time. But then you can actually answer the questions and then stop where you stop and come back and then continue doing that. So actually we have actually reached that point in Lesotho.
It's
It is such a
already
great,
seamless.
yes, it is a milestone for us.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, maybe we can go to, I think, to Cameroon and maybe explain to us a little bit of your benefits, what you think. We discussed the process and maybe it's good to hear your benefits.
We have found the benefit is, as I was saying, we've got stuff coming every day. Either with raw materials or spare parts, substitute materials, and we have experienced a reduction in the time of getting the truck here to the water. So remember, we would come from Johannesburg to Matabana, and we've experienced about a 50% reduction in the time of getting the goods shipped from the point of departure to the point of receipt. The other benefit that we've seen from the AEE program is the statistics that NAMRA has been able to provide to us. We do about, in a 12-month period, we've done approximately 10,000 imports, which may not sound quite a lot, but for Namibia, that's a small country, that is quite a lot. The statistics that we have is that approximately 1% of our import transactions have actually been subjected to inspection. So about 100 out of 10,000, and sorry, 1,000 out of 10,000, and then the other transactions there's been minimal disruption. So let me say 75% of all transactions were passed without any inspection whatsoever. I think it comes back to ethics and values that our company have, to make sure that you do the right thing when you do declarations, so that you are not tripped up because you are doing incorrect declarations, either as to the nature of the goods or the value of the goods. Which I think that's important.
Yes.
And just supporting what Gerda was saying is we are audited every year as far as our financial statements go. We get clean audit reports. Our compliance with NAMRA is obviously up to date as far as all our taxes go. So that's not just customs, that is imports from outside the SACU region, because we also import a lot through Walvis Bay from Europe, and our payroll taxes and our withholding taxes and our income taxes, all up to date. And I think that's the benefit of someone that can go to the Revenue Authority and get themselves registered as an authorized economic operator.
Yeah, I want to ask him, what was your biggest thing that is, because in supply chain, you know that if you don't have a seamless flow, it rolls out in time, cost, and then also the resilient factor is distorted, and then it ultimately comes to, you don't have sustainability. So if you measure it, what do you think did AEO do to you in your total supply chain? Apart from predictability, was there some other knock-on benefits?
Well, I think the fact that we could, and it's difficult to measure in monetary terms, but to speed up the process of converting raw material to the final product, and also, of course, getting it back into South Africa. As I think I did say, we export pasta into South Africa. For those of you who enjoy pasta, there are various products that come from our plant in Windhoek. And instant porridge, a small place called Atavi. There is a plant there that, so it's just, I think the benefit of getting the product quicker to the consumer from the raw material stage has been our biggest benefit. Yeah.
Maybe can I ask you a follow-up question on that? How did you handle then the other government agencies? Are they part of the AEO program in Namibia, or are they separate? Because especially when you mention pasta, that's very much other government agencies' involvement.
Yeah, I think we've got a let me say a clean administrative system. Wheat and maize is a regulated product as far as imports go.
Right.
So we deal with the agronomic board, we deal with customs and excise, we deal with veterinary services. Not as far as pasta is concerned, but in some other respects of products that we export. So we haven't found any significant hiccups in dealing with various government agencies.
Okay, which means that generally speaking, it's more reciprocal that you're finding. But what's notable for me, and this is very, very important for us to move on, 50% of the time cut. If we are a logistics company, 50% reduction in this hassle becomes a very, very big number in the balance sheet, and very, very soon. So I took note of that.
Yeah, because there's demurrage if if the truck is standing too long.
Yes. What if it's getting perishable goods, for instance?
Yeah. So certainly that's been our biggest benefit.
Ah, that's fantastic.
So if you take like us, for example, in
Help
Ghana,
yourself.
we've had BRS engage everyone from all the involved parties in the process, which should be immigration, so they've all come on board. And I think what BRS are saying that, like now, I think they'll correct me, there's a special office set up precisely for that, so that if you could get any inconvenience from any other party, other than then you have the AEO person at BRS to attend to that, to make sure everybody's in tune, to ensure that seamlessness that we talk about in the process.
Yeah. And I may just make one other comment.
Yes,
there's the various lane colors, green, red, blue, and I think that's quite helpful when one starts looking at what types of transactions are potentially ones that will be inspected to make sure that the freight forwarders or the agent that does the declaration gets that right. But the statistics for us is quite helpful, and the other interesting thing is we also got feedback from, because we're quite a big organization, that we've probably got too many clearing agents that work for us. So to try and get that focused, to say we're only going to use these ones going forward is also quite helpful.
Yeah.
It's sometimes difficult because we don't always do our own transport. We've got our own transport fleet, but we also obviously make use of outside transport contractors, and it's good to understand who's doing the work for you and where your challenges are if there are issues with them.
Undoubtedly, your company is quite active within the region, that's for sure. But I was interested to know, Sebenele is in the region but also overseas. Are you still online, Sebenele?
Yes, I'm well and alive, sir.
Yeah, and you've been following the discussion, obviously.
100%.
With you regionally and overseas markets, how is this thing working out for you?
Okay, Mr. Lamene, I'll answer this question like in in twofold. Since earlier I mentioned that my company it's a group company. In South Africa, we already have got this AEO certification. So it has really worked wonders. When I came in like 5 years ago, when I joined this company 5 years ago, we had like stops like every day, document and physical inspections like at the border. But that was cut almost to one stop in 6 months or one stop a year. On average, you can imagine, on average, our company, it's 100 to 120 trucks crossing the border every day, Monday to Sunday. So there were a lot of stops. But when we got certification in South Africa as an AEO accredited client, that shrank like that dramatically. So coming back to the issue of Eswatini, we are in the middle of that. We applied, the ERS is still busy with an audit with that. But maybe I'll direct this one to the ERS commissioner, Mr. Praito Ngambule.
Yeah,
we know what we're looking for. We already know how KFC tastes like. So they don't even need to motivate us to get this certification, because I've seen that it works wonders. I've seen that like firsthand. So we're expecting like the same when it comes to Eswatini. For me, this certification is an equivalent of a diplomatic passport. It is in terms of a VIP status, the VIP status that it affords you. So I've seen it like working wonders for our company, such that we are the reigning exporter of the year champions. It's because of this certification.
Yeah, give a big hand of applause. That's for Montigny.
Yes.
I'm busy looking at the CG's face, Brightwell. Unfortunately, his face is always expressionless. You can never read a story. You could be a good gambler, by the way. People like you with not too much expression. You can be a good gambler. But I think he notes what you've just said, Sabenele. Anything you want to add within a minute?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
I would also like to motivate other prospective AEO clients that this is the gold standard or the platinum standard when it comes to trading, more especially cross-border trading. Every company, everyone must strive to have an AEO certification. So it is a gold standard, believe me.
I think I like this guy. You know, it's so wonderful. Please give him a big hand. That's exactly what I wanted him to hear. I didn't put those words in his mouth. He's there, I'm here. And I said things which I wasn't supposed to say. But that's truly fantastic. When he says 120 trucks a day, every day, just like that.
I was
With no
listening to him
stop.
and I'm amazed when he said the words wonders. It happened wonders. So maybe if they can share then with us, I mean, what is the lessons learned that I think we can take from here? Because I mean, if they have so many wonders that it's doing, what do they think can we, from the new entrants, can learn from their experience? Because I think that's why we have these sessions.
Yes, that's right.
To share intellect, awareness, and to say, well, you were in the pilot, you experienced some obstacles or challenges, and what is maybe that we can take it forward and document and say that, okay, did we get it in a better program? Because, you know, we've got a target in South Africa of 400. I'm not sure what's the target of Botswana, maybe 200. Yeah. and Lesotho and Namibia. And
South Africa, 500. It went down to 400 or something like that. But
This number keeps going up.
yeah.
Yeah,
So maybe
500
it's
or
good to
something.
hear them what's the lessons learned or advice that they would give us.
You know, yeah. You know, this program is not just helping the revenue services. It is actually helping us as organizations through compliance. When you comply as a business, it makes it easier for you to get clean audits like that I've just mentioned. And also, the lessons that may be learned from the AEO experience is that you might think you're doing the right thing, not knowing that there are so many things in your organization that are actually going wrong in terms of customs.
Yeah.
And when the RSL come in, or RSL in my case, when they come in, you're going to find that you have been going in the wrong direction, and then they facilitate, and then they bring you to the level where you are going to be an economic operator. And that is amazing what this program has done for us. I was one of those organizations that had some quite few things that were not going well, and then they brought us, and then they put us where we are today. And
That's a very,
it
very
has been
important point.
it has been amazing.
I think that's a very, very important point you're mentioning, because most companies are afraid that if I apply to, they come in here, audit me, they find something wrong, they punish me. You are saying, no, they came in, you didn't know something was going wrong,
Yeah.
they help you see that and correct it, and now we are well ahead. I think that's the approach that the receiver revenue is taking. That's the time, you agree with me? Oh, yeah, he says yes. Yeah, he doesn't punish you on something you did not know, but they help you so that you can comply. I think that's a very, very important point.
Yeah, I think, and that's why private sector is very scared when you talk about the AEO and you bring in audit.
Yes.
Because then it's like, no, what is audit? Did I hide the books? But I think
Unless
when
you
you...
have Cameron,
Yeah, no, then they open the books.
No, this one can call them, come in here. You know.
But I think it's more that there's standards and you need to validate that you adhere to the standard. And if you don't adhere to that specific standard, then there's a plan to get you to that standard, as the city was saying. And that brings some comfort to private sector that, yes, we want to participate in the program. But maybe Gerda's got some lessons that she learned from.
Yes, yes. For us, compliance is very important. And working with the 59 investors, when they have an issue, especially if it's a customs issue, then they step on my step. And then they come and ask, what can we do? How can we do it? You know, what is there that we can do? Who can we talk to? Where did it went wrong? So for a SEZ operator, our this AEO program is quite important for us. Because if you want somebody in your area to comply, you need to be the example of that compliance. You need to wear the label first before you can go to somebody else and put the label and ask them to wear the label. And that's what our stripe is in the SEZ, compliance. And our reach is not just the Kucha SEZ. My reach is with all the other SEZs. So I want to present it to the SEZ committee and the CEO's forum and try and get more companies and more SEZs to join the program. Because, you know, when you as an operator, for us, my lessons learned is that we must make sure before we get a company in the SEZ to locate there, they need to be compliant. It's important. Because at the end of the day, when something happens and the company is located in South Africa and something happens, and it happens on the other end of the border, you know, it's always how can I say, a mark. Oh, something happened in South Africa, something happened that day. So it's always news, you know, everything is newsworthy. So for us, the AEO quite contribute to our brand publicity as well as an SEZ.
Excellent. That's so, Juanita?
I'm astonished because when we look at the lessons, then I'm just typing because at the end you're probably wondering why I'm typing on the iPad, but I must give some closing remarks. In the community and becomes a wreck. And that's what we need to do. We need to focus on that.
Yeah, the cell phone example was set by the ES.
Yes, sorry, my apologies.
I was listening to it.
Yeah, okay, my apologies.
Yeah, that he said it, I was there, I heard him, and I recorded him saying that. Yes, that's the question.
Yeah, moderators, I was actually, I would like to propose that maybe we get a question or two from the floor. So that, or even inputs from them to say, how do we make this program better? We had this morning when we spoke about simplification is very important. So it has to be as simple as possible. We cannot move forward with this program if it's very difficult to get onto the program. If the application process that she was making reference to, it's very long, we have to find ways of shortening that so that it becomes more attractive. It is key for us to make the program attractive. It has to be seamless. And how do we ensure that it is seamless? So perhaps if we could invite a question or two from the floor, if anyone would like to make inputs.
And while they are raising their hands, I wanted to explain some about my loin skins, but I can do that after. Yeah. Okay. It's about sound issues.
Hi. If I knew this earlier, I would have asked questions before. Thank you, Dr. Maria, and congratulations on an excellent panel. My name is Mark Goodger from UKZN University and GMLS. A consistent worry that I have, and I do realize the WCO SAFE has incorporated Pillar 3, but increasingly we are finding more and more layers of what I would term non-tariff barriers, such as regulatory institutions, telecommunication institutions, etc., all appearing on the restricted goods lists, and the customs authorities have to intervene, and those detentions and compliances take a long time and do not facilitate trade at all. The question, therefore, is what is dynamic and forward-thinking, and if you've touched on that, forgive me, but we really have to address these compounding layers of parties that are not party to accession to SAFE, but they are other non-governmental control organizations, so that they become part and party to this AEO program. How can we make that definitive and ensure that it actually facilitates trade? Thank you.
All right, that's duly noted. Please don't expect an answer from up here.
Yeah.
Because most of the people are qualified to respond actually sitting down there. So I'll be calling on you to answer, but let's take another question. If no one volunteers to provide an just point, the head table there's plenty of potential victims.
Yes.
But that's a solid question right there. It needs
Director.
reflection. Go ahead, Mavela. Make it with your question.
Am I allowed?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Indeed, definitely.
Colleagues, we highly appreciate this program. My name is Mavela Skwane, representing the Federation of the Eswatini Business Community, which is sitting in the country Eswatini. We really appreciate this program, and we have seen it through our ERS, who have really worked hard to get this to our level of understanding. Now, when you look into the whole program, obviously there will be those risks, which I believe we will collectively manage. One critical component being a federation which is housing the SMME sector. We're doing a lot of exports of what you see Mr. Dlamini there wearing on his neck.
Okay.
And what you see, Sisikoku next to me wearing on his head, and a number of things from the handicraft sector. And that is mainly dominated by women, disabled men and women, young and old. So looking at the program as it is, I think we need to also join our efforts together as SACU member states towards basically pushing the agenda of capacity building. Because as we appreciate the fourth industrial revolution and appreciating the Africa free trade issues, we also have to urgently appreciate the level of literacy, especially in our sectors. Now, as we appreciate that, I believe we can get this running successfully as a region. And thank you very much for this. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Most welcome. Thank you. Please give me a big hand of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost out of time, aren't we? We are.
We are.
Yeah, we're almost out of time.
Yeah.
So I'll be asking each panelist to say their last thoughts.
Okay.
But before then, I think you are itching to say something.
No, I wanted to say if there's anyone else that would like to make a comment or raise a question, there are mics on the table. You just press there so we can see where the red light is and we'll acknowledge you. Thank you.
And as each panelist make that a parting shot, please take under advisement the question which the esteemed gentleman asked over there, which I felt was above our pay grade. Somebody must respond to that question. But whilst we are reflecting on it, because there's some depth attached to it, let me just ask each panelist just to say that parting shot. I will start with one of my favorite guys, Sebenele, the one I verbally misrepresented earlier and subsequently withdrew. Would you just say your last thoughts quickly? We have 3 minutes to shut this thing down.
Thanks, Mr. Lamine. I think we need to have a date when you come back. Okay, the executive secretary, I think he said earlier, they are working on the issue of mutual recognition agreements. That is very, very key towards the success of the AEO program. I think the commissioners and everyone senior, the SACU member states, you guys need to pull your weight when it comes to this, because we don't want to be writing like letters with an AEO letterhead. That means nothing like to other countries. So you need to put like more effort towards that. Then secondly, I would like to mention that the success, in fact, that's my understanding, the success of this program, it largely hinges on efficient import and export systems. So we're using a very good import and export system here. So there are like a positive spin-offs when it comes to that. So the prospects, you need to work on that. Make sure that we've got efficient import and export systems so that you can enjoy the benefits now of this AEO certification. I thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Sebendele. Appreciate those comments. Please stay online. Maybe let's go to, let's see. You want a parting shot?
Yes. All right. So we can promise the organizations all these benefits of the AEO program. But without commitment from both the SACU and the revenue services, it is just talk. We have been in this program for the past few years now. I have seen these benefits. They are there. It's not just on paper. We have actually experienced most of these benefits that have been tabled here today. But the important thing is the commitment from both the private sector and the revenue services to make sure that this program actually becomes the reality and solves the problems that we are having as a region. By saying that, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Cameron, when you said you're a charter accountant, I thought, I'm sorry. I was just being jealous. I just want to clear that.
I'm a retired
and then I withdraw that statement and everything. But please, your last thoughts, and it's been such a wonderful day.
Yeah, I think it's important My other job at Namok Mills is I'm the risk and compliance manager.
I'm sorry to hear that, for sure. For real this time.
But I think compliance plays a big role, as Kera was saying earlier, in this whole, in the successful participation in the AE program. I think if you are doing trade in the customs union, sign up because there's definitely lots of benefit.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Anything, Basile?
For us as freight forwarders, obviously, and I think, you know, an AE program and encouraging traders, that is importers, exporters, to enroll in an AEO program is a no-brainer. Why I say that is if you take transporters, if you take freight forwarders, our worst nightmare in the past has been a tax authority, whether SARS or BRS at the border, having to stop the truck and say, well, to the ramp. So what people don't get mostly, one of the biggest benefits of an AEO program is that if you're an AEO, that part about you being direct to the ramp falls off. So as an AEO, the place in addition where you need to be inspected is chosen by you as the AEO. So it becomes the trader's premises where the goods will be inspected. So downtime is gone for the transporter. And Namib Mills was just complaining about demurrage. So things like demurrage fall off for transporters. Downtime is off for the freight forwarder as well. So now if there's any issues with the consignment, it happens on the floor of the owner of the goods, and they will sort it out with the transporter. But all other parties involved in the process are out of it. So it's a no-brainer. I mean, I think for us, we are going to be, as freight forwarders, we are going to be among the biggest champions of the program. So we will encourage. It's certainly a big selling point for our customers to understand that we can carry them through the process and help it manage it better. Thank you.
I think that's a fantastic observation, because everyone who knows who's been stopped by a customs official, they know the trauma. You know, you need emotional counseling after that. And you are saying all that problem is gone once you are part of the AEU. I think that's good. You can save yourself on medical bills and everything. But that being said, Gerda, your last thought, please.
Yes, I don't have words. He said quite a lot.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He did say it.
Like all my words, but yeah. The AE program is an excellent tool for transparency, for innovation, as well as capacity building. It's really a good program. But hence, the program is as good as all the parties that's working together in that program. And again, it comes back to the regulatory authorities. If the AEO program started with customs in the beginning and the country on the other side, there might be a hiccup with the authorities in the middle. And rightfully, they need to be on board as well, which is very important. We don't want these goods to stand at the port because Port Health didn't approve it, or Port Health is not part of this AEO program.
That's right.
Just to name one of them. So, yeah,
Yes,
thank
indeed.
you.
Thank you so much. I heard that. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we just want to summarize what we had quickly. I think we're out of time, and I can see some of you actually are finished listening, so we want to get out of here. Dr. Juanita, would you please summarize just quickly?
I'm going to try that too.
Yes,
I'm going to try my
indeed.
utmost. So it was just welcome the colleagues. There was a short introduction to the panelists, but we can find out we need to simplify the process.
Yes.
Ultimately, we need to bring in electronically techniques to make sure that it's shorter and that the validation can happen at the back end. The drawing card is definitely seamless. We need to help each other. Then the big benefit is the reduction of about probably 50%. Bring in the statistics to make sure that we can balance that or justify it. Then ultimately it's going to work on the pillars of time, cost, process and sustainability. The type of transactions which we can learn from Namibia was also important that we can put down. Then work wonders, our colleague online. So that's very nice, and that brings back maybe that there's not a balance between trade facilitation and compliance. We're just going to make sure that the AEO program work wonders.
Right.
Then the last lesson, which I probably can say, is that it's not audit, it's validation. And so nicely from Lesotho, we might think that we know we could, but when we partnership with customs authorities, we experience that we're not so good. And trade flow in the SEZ can underpin that. Then we open to the floor, very difficult question, different layers in compliance. How do we counteract that? And we will leave that as a question for the authorities.
For the
you said. Then just the last sentence was that we need to draft mutual recognition agreements. Trade facilitation is very important. It rolls out in the benefit and ultimately help us to sign more people up. And then I like that clause, I don't know, or the phrase, we need to frame it to the ramp. Now it's not to the ramp, to the premises. Maybe that's something nice that business can understand. So Chair, back to you. I think it was very nice from our side. Thank you. I did put here, I put here, I put here, don't need counselling.
Oh, yeah, it is, I see.
But I didn't want to say it.
Well, listen, that's what we did for Anita. Thank you so much. Our panelists and those online, thank you very much. I think we conclude our program.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And Dr. Maria, if you can add also that AEO status is like a diplomatic passport. I think it's important.
I think that's important.
Yeah, I think that's very important.
Yes, yes, I think it is.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this panel discussion, and you also witnessed the collaboration between Customs Administration and the private sector. You all heard how they're speaking well and how they're speaking in confidence with what the government is providing, with what the government agencies are providing for the private sector. One of those days where customs administrators were carrying a stick, but we're carrying a carrot these days. So we're saying, come and join the AEO program and enjoy these benefits that we're providing. But we cannot do this alone. We need the private sector at all times. The reason why we were asking you for inputs is because your inputs are valuable to us. We build this program together with you. And if you're not giving us the information that you have, then we may not design the program that is going to add value. You had this morning when the executive secretary was talking about the value that the program should have. It has to be valuable. And for it to be valuable, it must deliver and benefit for both the administrators and the private sector. So this panel has been the best panel for the day. And because of that, I've organized... Please don't remind them that it's the only panel. Because of that, then I've organized something very special, an entertainment and a performance that is going to come from the traditional African music by Vusi Mazibugo. Over to you, Vusi. Thank you very much, panels.
Thank you so much. Oh. Thanks, man. It has been a pleasure.
Vusi, the stage is yours.
Sanbonani, yeah. It's impatient, master, my same. Yo, my. I saw him one time. It's a catch and I'm loving. Tilvona minute, I'm big, I take me to oh, ngaletanza takuti bambele. Upil suti kubele, ngaletandla takuti pansele. Oh yeah, namandosa washo. Whatsi? Siko kona stoko sati kumela. Oh yeah, namandosa washo. Whatsi? Siko kona stoko sati kumela. Siati kumela. Oh, kumele ngicine njengelikhula emhlabathini ngitikhulele ngitikhulele ngithi noma bangangihlakula ngiphinze ngibuye kubo ngibahlukubele ngoba Skoto neskoto ziyadikumela Ziyadikumela Impilo yangisanganisa Hlupheka kuyangicabangisa Ingako sengahlalela kubhatanisa Noma singajola yasithanzani ubofisesi Ngeke ngikhone ukuthi sijolo unganamali Domele ushobe simane sijolo uhlale ekhaya yini Ulwa nami uma uthola amakhondom ekarini Angathi ashiye ngibani itolo benginapheshi Ngiyawushiya umjolo bemele izolo Phusha isimokola ngikujolo unganafokola ngifuni kusokola Hamba etshela indaba tfola labangcono Nyalo ngiyangiboyela labafati bonke bayangijikela Bangifuna kuphela makungivumela Ngidababuyela makungilungela Ngitshingeja la mhlabeni Ngilibona kumele kuhambe kahle kumele utendele Oh, ngale tandla takho utibambele Uphinze utigubhele ngale tandla takho utiphansele Oh, yeah Namandosa washo Wathi Sikoko nesikoko siyatigumela Oh, yeah Namandosa washo Wathi Sikoko nesikoko siyatigumela Siyatigumela Mfana mabumana utendele Utendele Mfana mabumana utendele Utendele Bangamane bakuvalele Bakuvalele Mfana mabumana utendele Utendele Ngitsingeja la mhlabeni Ngilibona kumele kuhambe kahle kumele utendele Oh, ngale tandla takho utibambele Utigubhele ngale tandla takho utiphansele Oh, yeah Namandosa washo Wathi Sikoko nesikoko siyatigumela Siyatigumela Namandosa washo Wathi Skoto neskoto ziyadikumela Ziyadikumela
Because they need to mic those people that okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Vusi. That was awesome. I hope all the Swati speaking people enjoyed it. The only thing I know it's in Swati. I got it right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vusi. So we should be ready now for the next panel. The panelists are getting themselves together. So if you can have 5 minutes break to just grab a cup of coffee or some water to drink while we're waiting. So in the next 5 minutes, we'll have the next panel, which is panel number 3. All the panel members, if you can please go to the sound controllers there at the back to get your mics connected, please. And as soon as you get that connected, we'll appreciate it if you can move forward so that we can save time. Thank you.
on security and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation, allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements.
Operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BRS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BRS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation, allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2. Must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3. Must have knowledge in customs matters, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4. Must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders, improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis, ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade, reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solution.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Sababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Sababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for.
Close all the doors, thank you. Thank you very much. When we're coming this side from Eswatini, I was worried because SACU had requested that we be on our traditional regalia. And those of you who would know, as part of this, normally you will have some skins of animals. So if you check most of the guys, you will notice that there's some loin skins just underneath. So the question I had in my mind was, is this not restricted in South Africa? So I had to talk to my customs colleagues, and they told me, no, it is restricted, but obviously you will have to declare it and follow the process. So luckily for us, I think I need to mention this because my understanding is that it links so well with what we are here about today. When we go to the airport, Takalani and his team, where is he? He managed to actually, we don't have blue passports, by the way, but he managed to facilitate our processing throughout all the processes until we got to this hotel without any restrictions. Now, obviously, the reality is that he wouldn't have done that if he didn't know us and our profiles. My understanding is that is what the AEO is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Vusi Lamini. I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I am the Director of Communications from Eswatini Revenue Service, and I'm going to direct the program today in this particular panel discussion. The topic that we'll be discussing here is AEO program as a catalyst for strengthening strategic partnerships and leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area and WTO FTA. Three keywords for me there: catalyst. I know that we know it as a scientific word, but in this particular context, in my understanding, it is talking about finding a way to encourage ourselves, particularly in relation to forging those strategic partnerships as we try and leverage these two markets, not just at African level, but also at a global level. So the most important thing is that if we are talking the AEO program, we need to look at it as a way to forge partnerships so that we can take advantage of opportunities that exist not only at African level, but also at global level. At this point in time, I'd love to introduce the moderator for this particular program. This is my commissioner. Her name is Gugu Matlinza. Gugu is a lady with more than 30 years of customs experience, having been with the government for a period of 18 years, where she served within different ranks. After that, she moved to join the Eswatini Revenue Service, an organization that started in 2010. And in 2016, she was appointed as the Commissioner for Customs and Excise. Gugu also has served in various customs working groups at national and regional levels, and she holds a BA degree in economics and public administration from the University of Eswatini, as well as an MBA from the Netherlands. A round of applause for Gugu and her panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Busi, and good afternoon, everyone. Oh. Thank you for the response. This morning, the ES said to us, we all look beautiful. And I would like to remind you that you do indeed look beautiful. If each one of you were to come up here, you would actually see the beauty. So let's clap hands for ourselves as Africans. Okay, I will introduce my panelists. Some of them are virtual. We have Lazat from the World Customs Organization. These are our strategic partners. Lazat is a technical officer of the Compliance and Facilitation Directorate. She holds a master's degree in public finance from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Japan. She began her career with Kazakhstan Customs more than 9 years ago. In 2018, she was accepted by the WCO as a professional associate, and in 2020, she obtained another post at the WCO as a revised Kyoto Convention review expert. In 2022, July, she was appointed as a technical officer, and her work at the WCO mainly focuses on safe framework of standards, revised Kyoto Convention, trade facilitation agreement related issues, including coordination with the World Trade Organization. So she will be our first speaker, and she is online. Let me also introduce the representative from the East African community, Mr. Stephen Analo, who is a capacity building expert and working for the East African community. She has worked for the Kenya Revenue Authority as Deputy Commissioner, and she also headed the World Customs Organization Regional Training Center. And it's evident from his voice, so you will. So he's a consultant trainer, and he has trained for the different ranks. And he holds a master's degree in international relations and diplomacy, a bachelor's degree in political science, a higher diploma in HR, and a diploma in business management. So, Mr. Analo. We also have from Afrexim Bank, Temwa Gonde, who is also online. He holds the position of Senior Manager, Trade Facilitation, Intra-African Trade Bank at the Afrexim Bank, and he is responsible for supporting the implementation of the bank's intra-African trade initiatives, which are key to facilitating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So for a period of 15 years prior to joining the Afrexim Bank, he held various technical specialist positions in trade, finance, and development in governments, regional, continental, and multilateral financial and development organizations, including the World Bank and the Southern African Trade and Investment Hub as a trade advisor. He holds an MBA from the Edinburgh Business School, an MA and Masters in Economics and Trade Law from Lund University, and BA in Economics from the University of Malawi. So welcome, Temwa, who is online. We also have Mr. Bruce Ellison from the World Bank. He is a member of the World Bank Trade Facilitation Team, which is supporting Southern Africa. And some of these programs are in countries like Mozambique, Zambia, Malawi, as well as the SACU region. He previously worked in consultancy to support strategic development in both the private sector and government. So he holds a master's from the university, an MBA from the University of Cape Town, and a postgraduate degree from University of Oxford. Again, one of our strategic partners, Trademark Africa, we have Mr. Alban Odiambo, who will be joining us virtually. He is an entrepreneurial ICT and business development expert with over 15 years of experience. He has been involved in the implementation of information systems across Eastern Africa, and Asia. So he's a director for ICT in Trademark Africa, director for ICT for Trade and Transport Facilitation. Thank you, Mr. Odiambo. Welcome. The sixth one is from the UNDP. Komito, welcome. He is the regional African Continental Free Trade Area advisor from the UNDP. He works on issues at the Regional Bureau for Africa of the United Nations Development Programme based in Addis. Before joining the UNDP, he served as an economist in charge of regional integration, trade and industrialization at the UN Economic Commission for Africa and the UN Conference on Trade and Development in Geneva. Prior to joining the United Nations, Komi worked as an investment officer and researcher in the financial services sector in Canada. And our last speaker will be Maggie Tladi, who is the Deputy Director for Trade Facilitation at the Southern African Customs Union. She joined the SACU Secretariat in 2015, and she has extensive experience in trade facilitation, customs research, and analysis. Her collective work experience is more than 20 years, obtained from several organizations prior to joining SACU. Her previous roles, amongst others, include being an independent consultant, a customs and trade facilitation expert at Trademark Southern Africa, and working in different roles as advisor on international customs, senior policy analyst focusing on trade facilitation, and as the manager for international customs at the South African Revenue Service. So ladies and gentlemen, those are our 7 panelists. So I will give each one of them not more than 5 minutes. Thereafter, we will take questions from the floor, and after that, we will summarize and wrap up our session. I do hope that Lazat is already online now. Can we have that confirmation?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, for your kind invitation. And I know we just have 5 minutes each of us, and it's impressive. And it's impressive crowd here, the panelists, distinguished delegates, and participants. We're very happy at WC always to support our members, our member states, with our flagship conventions, such as the SAFE framework of.
Okay, Lazat.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for confirming that you are online.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Okay, and welcome once again.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, as a representative of the World Customs Organization, can you please share with us your experience from the WCO's perspective on using the AEO programs to build and strengthen partnerships, and what you have for us as SACU as lessons?
The biggest lesson, and I've just prepared a few slides not to go into details, is that at first, when we introduced the SAFE, we didn't have a third pillar. We just had 2 pillars at the beginning, and then later namely Pillar 1, customs to customs, and Pillar 2, customs to business. And SAFE is mainly based on, when you say SAFE, people normally hear the AEO program, which is true and not. And then we realized that the customs to other government agencies and other partner agencies is equally important pillar. And later, after the review cycle, we did introduce the third pillar. And I don't know why this doesn't work. Just wanted to show you what the third pillar and how this responds to the needs of our members. We understood that introducing AEO without equal support from our government and partner agencies, from other authorities, sometimes doesn't make any sense and doesn't bring much benefits to our members, to our AEOs. Therefore, this important pillar safe. I don't know if you could hear me. But I can't.
We can hear you, Lazat.
But I can't. I don't know whether it will work as a question and answer. Or I could continue with my intervention. I just can't hear. I'm sorry. I cannot hear anything.
Please proceed, and just remember that you have 5 minutes.
Okay. And if the connection is okay, I would like to also use this opportunity to say that as soon as we realized that, we started working on awareness raising and moreover on developing different tools to support and to say that look, we need to work with our partner agencies. This way we have introduced, for example, Customs and Police Handbook. This is one of our biggest partners on the border. And nowadays we are wrapping up with the draft Customs Port Cooperation Guidelines. Important tool. We have AEO related chapter there, and this June we will have an approval hopefully by our members. And we have dedicated chapter actually how to align AEO program and respective program from the IMO. Moreover, we have already another tool that talks about a possibility to align the AEO program from Customs and IKEA Customs compliance, IKEA's compliance program. Therefore, it doesn't mean that all the partners have to accept, and we do understand that each agency has their own restrictions, legislation. We just need to understand that recognizing is maybe more important. We can call it AEO, they can call it whatever, but the main point for us is to facilitate legitimate trade. And we're playing not against each other, we should be playing all together as one team for the sake of our country's safety and security and increase of the trade, hopefully. And just to quickly maybe closer to the wrapping up, I would like to, I prepared some aspects that in our view should be super important once the Customs Administration decides to go for harmonization or close collaboration with its partners. First of all, regulatory framework and policy alignment. We all have different legislation, customs code, tax code, etc. And we don't have to replace all of them by customs code. We just need to harmonize the regulation so that they won't contradict one another, to foster coordination and harmonization. And we should have transparent policies to make for AEOs easier. We should always keep in mind that they don't work for us, we work for them, all of us, not just customs. Another is collaboration, information sharing. What we understood at WCO is that sometimes it's really hard to talk about the exchange of information. We have data protection, we have cybersecurity, and we have data ownership. And for each of us, it's sometimes very hard to share data. We do it not very happily, but without it's really hard to cooperate with one another. We have capacity building and awareness raising. One of another lessons learned that I could convey today is that Customs is very lucky. We're very lucky having WCO and all these trade partners with us, delivering so many capacity buildings. And sometimes we hear complaints actually from other agencies that you have WCO, you have all these beautiful programs that provide specifically for customs, training and capacity building. But we, as a agriculture or another agency, we don't have such luxury. We don't know anything. We're missing. We're lacking behind. So we are WCO. We're not restricted to customs. We also provide training to PGAs or OGAs, depending on how you call them. Then we should always keep in mind about incentive and recognition. We should provide tangible benefits. We should provide benefits that attract traders. And we should go as a highest goal for any AEO should be MRA that makes sense. That MRA is the biggest incentive. And in order to obtain a fully operational MRA, all the steps are also important, because sometimes we see the experience when you conclude the MRA, but benefits are not working in partner government agencies. So the biggest emphasis that I would like to convey now is that let's first build a robust and operational AEO program that provides tangible benefits to AEOs from all stakeholders, and only then strive for the MRAs as a last point of the benefits provided to AEOs. And let's not forget, as I said, that we work for them, they don't work for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lazat. Mr. Analo, I know the EAC has walked the journey of the AEO program. Can you share with us how SACU and EAC can use the AEO program to build and strengthen cooperation and partnership?
Thank you, Chair. From the outset, let me say that governments make policies. Governments do not threat. Governments make infrastructure. Governments do not threat. It is business. It is the business people who do the threat. And with the AEO, from the experience we have had in the EAC, we bring business into the center of doing things. When we look at the Continental Free Trade Area, what do we bring on board? What are we expecting? From where I sit and the experience we have gone through as Customs Union with the implementation of the AEO program, what I see is that the AEO is bringing on board the soft infrastructure, trust between the commissioners and the AEOs, trust between the state parties, and trust between the AEOs and the AEOs. Imagine a situation whereby you are talking to somebody in Ghana and that person is responding to you, is doing business there, transacting on your behalf while you are here, simply because you trust him as an AEO. And that is what this program is bringing on board. And I must hasten to say, it's not really that AEO is leveraging on the AFCFTA. It should be the other way around. That the AFCFTA should leverage on the AEO to get it running. What does this bring on board? It brings on board confidence. Confidence among state parties, confidence among the directors of customs all over the continent. When South Africa tells Nigeria, this is my AEO, that state party is happy dealing with that kind of AEO. The commissioners are happy dealing with that kind of AEO. We secure the supply chain with the AEOs at play. We enhance compliance. That you are doing business under the Continental Free Trade Area, every country will feel comfortable, will feel safe, that they will get their taxes. And evidence is there in the EAC that the AEOs have contributed quite a huge percentage of the revenues of states. And that is very important. It brings about the ease of doing business. We do the regional AEO in the EAC, and you can see how the traders link and do business together. AEO to AEO, very, very important. There is the element of e-commerce that we are now focusing on. How do you trust a fellow in Morocco? You trust when they say this gentleman or lady is an AEO. You can wire the money to that person, and you are sure things are going to be done in the right way because he is an accredited AEO in that country. That is very important for business. Finally, I want to say the AEO is taking business transactions on this continent to another level. Why? The AEOs are people who go through validation process, strict validation process of their systems, of their financial status, of their management styles. Now, if we are having these people to be the ones transacting business on this continent, at the Continental Free Trade Area arrangement, then we are dealing with the business that is quality. We are dealing with the traders that are quality. They have been vetted and confirmed. Chair, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Analo. I do hope that our next speaker is ready online from the Afrexim Bank, Mr. Gonde. If you can share with us the perspective of the bank on the AEO program as a catalyst for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and all protocols observed. I think the previous speakers have said quite a lot on how the AEO is expected to function, and also the point on FCFTA leveraging on the AEO and not necessarily vice versa. I would want to make my contribution, Madam Moderator, from a different perspective. As a Afrexim Bank, we have made supporting the growth of intra-African trade the focal point or the spearhead of our medium-term strategy. To that extent, over the past 5 years, we have financed around 20 billion in intra-African trade across the continent. And that has been possible, obviously, because of facilitation from the customs side, facilitation of the different importers and exporters on the customs side. So anything that any initiative that allows for goods to move across borders very quickly is something that a bank like ours that is in providing in the trade finance business welcomes. To that extent, my contribution, Moderator, is that perhaps we also need to expand the lessons that we have learned from the AEO program towards how we are handling other non-tariff measures at the border. Because we work, for example, with what we call an intra-African trade champions initiative. These are big traders that are in the import and export business across the continent in various sectors. Now, they do face challenges that are not related just to customs. Some are related, some are non-tariff barriers, but some are related to the lack of efficiency in the management of administration of non-tariff measures. I think some of the lessons that we're learning as we implement AEO programs can be adapted and applied even in the application of non-tariff measures, so that we create supply chain security from source to destination. Because without supply chain security, we cannot develop value chains in Africa. We cannot grow value chains in Africa. So as we develop or expand or increase the efficiencies in the way we are managing AEO program, we also have to think about how the lessons we're getting there apply themselves to the administration of other non-tariff measures, including technical measures. I apologize, Chair, but I have, Madam, I have a hard stop for 5 minutes, but we're glad to have been invited and been part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Konde. Can we hear from the World Bank now? You support us in initiatives to implement the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement. So how can we, what is it that you can do for us in support of implementing the AEO program in line with the implementation of the Trade Facilitation Agreement in SACU? Bruce, please.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the World Bank. As you know, the bank has a lot of activities and supporting strategic, technical, and also investment activities across the world and supporting development of growth and reduction of poverty. It's exciting to be here on a technical side from the trade facilitation arm of the bank. We have a new program which we are hoping, and it's specifically looking at supporting the SACU area and regional support for AEO and borders as a whole. So the program from a AEO perspective will look at supporting the nations, the bilateral support between nations to pilot some of the activities which have been spoken about by the different delegates earlier today, and also at a regional level with the SACU Secretariat and colleagues. And I think that's critical because we need to get real momentum now. This is very exciting today. I think the foundations have been built by the member states over a number of years. You've really got a great basis. It's exciting to see Beyers and Carl talk earlier about the exchange of information. That the thread is there in terms of the legislation, the verification methodologies, but now we've got to take that, we've got to build, it's great to see the private sector here, but we have to up the numbers and involvement across the region, and I'd say across the whole of the African continent, because we need, and Beyers and Professor Kisweta both said that as the bank, but to reduce the cost, the burden of trade, to reduce the time of trade. And those are critical factors, because if we want to grow the region, and if we want to grow into continental trade, those costs have to become lower than the cost of importing directly from the external markets into Africa. We need to the industrialization plan to work, we have to be able to build champions in the region, and for them to be able to gain a lot of their own business by efficiently serving the clients they have in the region. So the AEO program and the exchange of information, that provides the harmonized mechanism. I mean, we really need to get everyone onto the same page and boost that and create the mechanisms. And then, as I think a lot of the colleagues have said, and it's great to see that we're all on the same page, Then we need to get the borders as well to be streamlined across all the government agencies so that we can see the AEOs, and not just the AEOs, the compliant traders to move both ways, all the way, I think as Bayers nicely said earlier in the day, from end to end in these corridors, not just at the border, in one part of the border. So I think those are really critical. The bank from our side will support both the AEO program with technical assistance here. We're really keen to support the whole of border agenda with the different agencies, not just with customs, but as someone said, with agriculture, with health and sanitary, and look at how we can build the programs with the different agencies and the region. And then also in terms of the potential infrastructure which we may need in the future, the bank will be there to support hopefully the initiatives we need in hard infrastructure as well. So it's an exciting start. I know my colleagues are disappointed not to be here to join you, but they are here, and we look forward to really helping you gain momentum over the period ahead. We're ready to join hands and partner with you. And my final point would be there really are a lot of partnerships which need to be built in this AEO. It's not just as my colleague panelists here, the AEOs to the AEOs. They need to look at the exporter. So we need to change focus to export, to the carrier and the importer. We need to build between government, all of government, between government and private sector, and between countries and between the borders. So we have 5 different partnerships which we need to really work on. We need to plan for each, and I really want to emphasize that the plan is critical at a national, at a regional level, and we should drive both the measures and what we want to get out. And certainly we're here to help you with that part as well. But I think if we don't measure, I think as Bayers said yesterday, then we may not reach where we want to go. And I think the potential is here. We've got 1 billion customers in Africa. We need to make the opportunity come in this period ahead, or we have a chance of being left behind. So, yeah, I think that sums up where the bank is, and we're keen to partner with you, and also listen and support where you need help, not necessarily be instructive.
Thank you, Bruce, and I hope we all heard that they're keen to partner with all of us here. Our next speaker is online from Trademark Africa. Can I confirm, Mr. Alban, if you are connected now?
Yes, I'm connected. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please tell us what type of support US Trademark Africa can provide to the SACU region to strengthen collaboration on the AEO program and enhance the capacity for government and private sector to leverage market opportunities from the African continental free trade area?
Thank you very much. So from Trademark Africa, and we are happy to have partnered with SACU to support the activities that we're undertaking now on the Authorized Economic Operator Scheme, the AEO program. We have been working across the continent now and spreading our wings. We just rebranded from Trademark East Africa, which had been our core area of operation, now to Trademark Africa. So now we are setting up operations in West Africa. We already have a lot of operations in the Horn of Africa, Eastern Africa, of course, Central Africa now, and probably now moving a little bit south. We have programs in Mozambique, Malawi, and Zambia. And definitely we are looking forward to partner with SACU and the SACU member states to enhance trade facilitation. One of our mechanisms that we work on, we call it establishment of an ecosystem of trust for trade. And the AEO scheme is part of that mechanism, and is a very critical component of that mechanism to create trust. Because as mentioned by the World Bank panelist, we want seamless corridors. We want seamless movement of people and goods across borders. And one key ingredient is to build trust. So we have to figure out the best ways we build trust across borders to enable traders to move goods, to move services in a more efficient and effective way if we are going to be industrializing, if we are going to be building regional value chains, or if we're going to be building supply chains that really are integrated and connect very, very well with other global value chains and global supply chains. Quite a very critical component we need to build. So our support or our engagement with SACU is based on that, taking some of the experience of what we've done with the EAC, where we have supported building a robust regional authorized economic operator program. Started at the national level, now gone regional. So our ambition now is to see this region to region connectivity happening. And I think SACU and the EAC would be a very good piloting phase for this to happen. We should be thinking, and I think it was articulated by other speakers in the morning and the executive secretary, of enabling exporters from Southern Africa to export seamlessly with their trading partners in Eastern Africa and vice versa, because that's what the AFCFTA framework is all about, and creating this ecosystem of trust is really key. So mine is to reiterate the support from our organization, from our CEO, of our keen interest to start building this partnership. Begins with building those partnerships and then moving in and supporting the private sector to be able to efficiently trade. I have interacted with a lot of Southern Africa exporters who move goods to Kenya, to Tanzania, and they have very grim stories to tell you of what happens. And the same to Kenyan exporters of either fresh produce or semi-assembled products to South Africa, and they have grim stories of what happens at the ports or at the borders. And I think if we are talking of a continental approach, we should begin sorting out this kind of programs. And I think the AEO mechanism is the first step. It provides the easiest entry of having that. If we have a recognized WCO framework that Southern African countries, Eastern African countries are abiding by on those standards of who becomes an AEO, and we are enabling an information exchange in framework between those two regions, nothing should stop us then to facilitate those traders to engage. It's bringing in the two regions then to begin that discussion, and very quickly we can begin working on a few pilots with some of those AEOs that have already been ratified in both of the countries or the regions, and then see how we build that. So I will conclude by saying we are behind SACU on this. We've been engaging for a while with Maggie and team, trying to design solutions for things we can work on. And this is one program we are very key in. And of course, as mentioned by the World Bank panelist, it's important that we don't just have an AEO mechanism that is custom-centric. We have to figure out ways where this mechanism also enhances in cooperation of other agencies, particularly the standards quality agencies, the SPS agencies, and of course, the health and sanitary agencies as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trademark. Can we now move on to UNDP, Mr. Comey? What role can the UNDP play to support the implementation of the AEO program in SACU?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks also SACU Secretariat for inviting UNDP to this particular session. I would like to start by asking a question. All of us here, who will go to a shop and buy a made in Africa product simply because it's made in Africa? Raise your hand, please, if you can. So you don't look at the price, and then few actually are doing it, so congratulations. Yeah. So for most of us, we will look at the price and the quality as well, right? this means we know the AFCFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, is providing opportunity to invest in Made in Africa, other product, goods and services. But it will be important to keep production and trade costs low to be able to compete with those items that will be coming from outside the continent. And World Bank has done quite a number of work to estimate the impact, a potential impact, and I always like the fact that World Bank will insist that effective implementation of the AFCFTA will bring this and that. Not only AFCFTA will bring this and that. So it's important that we make sure this free trade agreement for the continent is effectively implemented. And as colleagues and friends, African Bank and others have said, the FCFT can leverage on existing programs. And how can't we now have an authorized economic operator program at the continental level? And this starts with what's happening in SACU, what's happening in EAC, and so and so. So from us at UNDP, we really know, and this has been reiterated many times by our regional director and ASG Ahuna, that the AFCFTA, especially the benefits, will not be inclusive without deliberate actions. That's why we are focusing on how can we make this AFCFTA work for MSMEs, especially small and medium sized businesses. And our focus is really on women and youth that we have seen as those groups that usually have differentiated or face differentiated challenges when it comes to market integration or access to market. Just last week, what we have done, and we have worked with partners, GIZ, World Bank, and others to support Ghana, for instance, bring a number of MSMEs to Kenya to start actually trading under this AFCFTA. So these are some of the deliberate action we want to push you. And this has been possible because the custom authority have issued certificate of origin quickly to those businesses. And this has been done because of government intervention. And this is what we also see happening within SACU as a custom union. And through those, the AEO should be also able to support. But again, from our colleagues from EAC, it's important to place the private sector. And we will focusing, as I said, on MSMEs. So specifically now to support the support to SACU, we're also glad that tomorrow and Friday we will be working with SACU colleagues to unpack what is in the AFCFTA, what are the opportunities emerging, and how businesses in SACU can take stock and enjoy those benefits. So under our AFCFTA support, whether at regional or country level, I also have our colleagues here from countries, and you can engage with them later on. We want to first support capacity building so that businesses can understand what are the implications, rules and regulation of this free trade area, and how it interplays with existing rules and regulation within the SACU as a custom union. We're also ready to support building tools, infrastructure, especially digital infrastructure, because we know it's important, especially what COVID has taught us is that we can't be efficient, produce efficiently if we don't digitalize our trade processes. So we are ready also to support at country or regional level, again, building those digital tools and infrastructures. Support directly SMEs with compliance with rules and regulation of trade agreement, whether it's at country level, at regional level, at continental level, even at the global level, because we have seen a lot of intersection between the WTO, TFA, and the AFCFTA. So actually FCFTA is quite linked with the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement as well. And of course, existing agreement at regional or sub-regional level. We're also working with whether custom union, whether other the RECs or regional blocks. We're even working with some monetary union, part of the continent, that have mandates to support trade. So, but we will also prioritize, of course, what SACU will be prioritizing, and we will be aligned with what SACU will be prioritizing under the framework I've just shared. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Komi. Let's now turn to SACU Secretariat. Maggie, can you please tell us what the grand plan for SACU is on the AEO program?
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I just want to register my appreciation first, and I'm very happy that this day has happened. Out of this, really, we have learned quite a lot as the SACU Secretariat. It actually was a 3-day session, as it was mentioned earlier. And the grand plan for us is that we are going to firstly solidify and create a platform for all stakeholders to come together. So this will not end here. This is just the beginning, and we took a lot of lessons out of this process as the Secretariat, and rest assured, we are going to build a platform that is solid, that will be able to also influence policy and direction in terms of our member states when it comes to the Authorized Economic Operator Program. And of course, out of the insights that we learned from this session, we have also built new partnerships and strategic at that. So we have to now hit the ground running to make sure that we strengthen those collaborations. We put pen to the paper so that we really come out with something tangible to support our member states. And when I say member states, it includes private sector, it includes government agencies and customs, and of course anyone else that is in the supply chain. We're going to also continue to support our member states at a country level to make sure that the program is strengthened. All the resources that we have been looking for, we are more confident now that we can go out there and really support and give the necessary support to our member states. The capacity building, the technical assistance, and infrastructure that is required to build, a very robust program that will withstand, and be sustainable. And of course, another key takeaway for us is that indeed the AEO or the AFCFTA is a catalyst for the AEO. Did I get it right, Analo? Okay. So we are going to make sure that whatever we are doing contributes to the bigger objective, which is really to support implementation of the AFCFTA. And we need to get all those businesses, through the AEO program so that they are trusted, like my executive secretary has indicated earlier. We are preparing business. From where we sit, we take it as a process to take our businesses through such that they are ready, they can compete, and we can be proud also to go out there and look for markets on behalf of our businesses as well. And of course, the last issue or item that I want to mention relates to the mutual recognition arrangement that has also been mentioned earlier. For us, a big takeaway from this session is that there will be a signing of the mutual recognition arrangement in the afternoon. That for us signals great progress, and it gives us the confidence to now, facilitate and coordinate our member states to now truly reward a recognition of traders amongst themselves. So with that, I think I will stop here, and maybe just to also indicate that we will not forget our gogos, our mothers, our sisters and brothers, as we do this AEO program. That's the biggest takeaway that we are taking. with us that it has to contribute to the, lowest denominator in society. And I'm happy that we are all now wearing tradition today, and we know who makes these clothes, these clothes. So every time I'm told to honor traditional attires, I look at it from an economic perspective, where I'm dressed by a woman. So already I have contributed, to building the AFCFTA a dream of supporting SMMEs. And I would encourage everyone, to also have your however you believe in your tradition, but have that attire, give it to your SMME to actually do it for you, so that we support them in real time as well. With those few remarks, thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Maggie, and thank you to all the panelists. We are going to allow a few questions, and whilst Vusi is taking the mic, after two speeches in the morning, there is one business lady here from Eswatini. After 2 speeches in the morning, I got a message on WhatsApp, I want to join this program. So I said, oh, great. So I'll share the contact for the person who's responsible for the program. Tea break, she was on my neck. I want to join this program. So I'm not sure whether I should release you for lunch because she will be on my neck again. Vusi, please, questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you. A round of applause to our moderator and the different panelists. Are there any questions? I'll take a few hands, if any. I see one over there. Is there any other one this side? Okay, over to you. Over that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving me the opportunity to speak. If you allow me to just temporarily wear my hat as the chairperson of the SACU Customs Technical Experts, I'm actually very excited to see, SACU, seated around, strategic partners and having such a discussion. I think we've been having some kind of frustration. I think Sis Maggie will attest to that, because in the past 2 years, I think we've been reprioritizing, when pushing, our annual plan, we were reprioritizing over and over again. I also want to take this opportunity to really thank and congratulate our ES and Tate Thabo for actually, mobilizing this kind of support and actually bringing us together. I think this is, for me, this is not just about the AEO only, but it's actually just giving momentum to the entire SACU trade facilitation program. In the morning, we listened to an excellent presentation and a demonstration of what exactly we are doing, as SACU. I think the IT connectivity also, it complements so much the AEO program, because if we are integrated as member states, then we're actually able to facilitate the AEOs. So for me, it's really more about, these new partnerships that we see today that are really being reignited. And then I'm hoping that we are going to really build on this momentum and, not allow the fire to die, and to ensure that we take the SACU agenda forward. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Google. There was no question there. Thank you for that comment. Any question? Any other question? We can also check with those online if there are any questions for those that are joining online, if there are any interventions they also want to make at this point. I can't see.
There's a hand.
There's a hand somewhere. Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Maggie says she thought Bears wanted to say something. Okay. Thank you. Looks like there is no hand. Thank you very much. I guess I will hand over to the moderator to go towards concluding this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vusi, and thank you once again to the panelists and to the audience. I will not repeat what our panelists said, but for me, it would just be to say we have the support from our strategic partners. They're ready to support us at national, bilateral, and at regional level. So let's go out there to work, to build the trust, to build the confidence, to make sure our supply chain is secured. We have the tools from the WCO, we have the standards, so let's go out there and do our best. So thank you very much to all.
Thank you once again, and thank you, moderator and your panelists. This will bring us to the end of this session. I think the buzzword after this session is, again, trust, trust, trust. I like what Analo said, that instead of us looking at the AEO leveraging on the AFC TA, let's ensure that we brand this such that it becomes the key and everyone looks at it as something that they need to leverage onto. Thank you very much. And my understanding is that we will go for lunch at this point, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you want them? Okay.
taxes, or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager, who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders, improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis, ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade, reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solution.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Sababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Sababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
Are you dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited Authorized Economic Operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an Authorized Economic Operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BRS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BRS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation, allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2. Must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3. Must have knowledge in customs matters, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4. Must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter, flexible inspection arrangements, reduced or nominal bonds, client relationship manager who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues, recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders, improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis, ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade, reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solution.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Sababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Sababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
Are you dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited authorized economic operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an authorized economic operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BURS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BURS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2. Must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3. Must have knowledge in customs matters, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4. Must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager, who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders, improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis, ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade, reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solutions.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Zababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Zababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
Are you dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited authorized economic operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an authorized economic operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BURS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BURS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation, allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2. Must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3. Must have knowledge in customs matters, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4. Must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes. Quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager, who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders, improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis, ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade, reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solution.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Zababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Zababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited authorized economic operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an authorized economic operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BRS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BRS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2. Must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3. Must have knowledge in customs matters, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4. Must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager. who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders, improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis, ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade, reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solution.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Sababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Sababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
Are you dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited Authorized Economic Operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an Authorized Economic Operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BRS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BURS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2. Must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3. Must have knowledge in customs matters, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4. Must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients. Reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis. Ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade. Reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.za.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solution.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Sababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Sababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
Are you dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited authorized economic operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an authorized economic operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BURS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BURS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, Improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2. Must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3. Must have knowledge in customs methods, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4. Must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders, improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis, ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade, reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solutions.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Zababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Zababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
Are you dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited authorized economic operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an authorized economic operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BURS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BURS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation, allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2, must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3, must have knowledge in customs matters, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4, must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders, improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis, ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade, reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solution.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Sababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Sababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
Are you dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited authorized economic operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an authorized economic operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BURS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information, please contact us on aeoprogram@burs.org.bw. The future of doing business is AEO. BURS, collecting for progress.
Trade efficiency, improved processes, substantial discounts on security, and hassle-free customs clearance. These are some of the benefits of being an authorized economic operator. Get access to a dedicated client relationship manager, cost-saving services like having inspections of goods done at your premises. Become an authorized economic operator and make the world your playground. Visit sars.gov.za today and learn how you can streamline your trade journey.
Authorized Economic Program. What is a Preferred Trader Program? It is a voluntary accreditation program that is based on legislation, allowing the Eswatini Revenue Service, ERS, to provide trade facilitative benefits to compliant clients who meet the accreditation criteria. Hence, the program is a recognition scheme that builds a cooperative relationship between customs and clients so that they can enjoy benefits that are not available to those who are not accredited. Internationally, this is referred to as an Authorized Economic Program, AEO. What qualifies you for the program? 1. Have a compliant record with customs requirements, which is proven through sampling of historic transactions to ascertain that there have not been any customs offenses committed in the past 3 years. 2. Must have a computer accounting and logistics systems that enables you to meet customs reporting and detection of errors. 3. Must have knowledge in customs matters, which is tested through a competency assessment. 4. Must have a stable financial record showing that you are capable of meeting financial obligations, including payment of taxes or custom duties. Benefits of being in the program: quick import or export clearance and use of a dedicated or express counter. Flexible inspection arrangements. Reduced or nominal bonds. Client relationship manager who facilitates internal communications for fast responses and resolution of any tax or customs issues. Recognition of the preferred trader status by other SACU member states to enjoy facilitative border clearance. Objectives of the program: ensure efficiency of service to clients, Reduce costs of trade by facilitation of cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Improve levels of compliance amongst traders on a voluntary basis. Ensure smooth flow of goods at the borders for legitimate trade. Reduce costs of intra-regional trade by facilitation of unhindered cross-border flow of goods for compliant traders. Who is eligible to apply? Any trader whose operations are subject to customs controls is allowed to apply for accreditation. The trader must apply for Preferred Trader Program through an application form, which is accompanied by a completed self-assessment questionnaire, SAQ, and understanding the business questionnaire. Further information about the program can be obtained from the ERS website at www.ers.org.sz or by emailing info@ers.org.sz.
Cross-border trade can be challenging for businesses. The logistics and regulations involved can be complex, and costs can quickly add up. But what if there was a way to simplify the processes and reduce the burden on businesses? That's where AEO comes in. Meet Sababazo, a small business owner who specializes in importing and exporting goods across the borders. She's struggling with the complexities of cross-border trade, and it's taking a toll on her business.
Dealing with customs and regulations can be a real headache. It's time-consuming, expensive, and it's affecting my bottom line. I need solution.
That solution is AEO, Authorized Economic Operator. AEO is an internationally recognized certification that demonstrates a company's commitment to compliance, security, and efficiency in the supply chain. With AEO certification, businesses like Zababazo can enjoy a range of benefits. For example, they may be subjected to fewer physical and documentary checks at borders, saving time and reducing.
This is exactly what I need. AEO certification will help me streamline my operations and reduce the cost of cross-border trade. I can't wait to get started.
So, if you're a business owner like Zababazo struggling with cross-border trade, consider AEO certification. It could be the solution you've been looking for. So, what are you waiting for? Apply now to become an AEO and take your business to the next level. Authorized Economic Operator, the smart choice for international businesses.
Are you dreaming of an expedited process of clearing of goods? Well, that can be realized by applying to become an accredited Authorized Economic Operator. Here are the benefits: expedited clearance and pre-clearance of goods, flexible and non-intrusive inspection of goods, expedited VAT refunds, dedicated client relationship manager, and many more to ease your custom clearance struggle. The future of doing business in Namibia is AEO. Become an Authorized Economic Operator today and give your business a preferential advantage.
Is your business experiencing delays at the border? Are delays in processing refunds affecting your bottom line? Are you looking for smooth access into neighboring country markets? Then the Authorized Economic Operator AEO program is for you. The Authorized Economic Operator program is a dispensation that rewards traders with a proven history of compliance with customs and revenue laws. The benefits include expedited processing and release of consignments, reduced documentary checks and physical examination of cargo, expedited processing of refunds, and dedicated relationship manager to cater for your tax-related needs. Further, accredited authorized economic operators will enjoy preferential treatment when trading within SACU markets. What do you need to be a part of this prestigious, internationally renowned program? All you have to do is complete an application form and a self-assessment questionnaire and submit to BURS for consideration. Once BRS conducts a validation and establishes your compliance with the requirements, you're good to go. You'll now be ready to enjoy preferential treatment for your business operations. For more information,
may I invite all of you to move into the venue? May I invite all of you to move into the hall so that we can proceed with our session. Thank you. I would like to invite you, all of you, to move into the hall and take up our seats so that we continue with a reminder of our program. While we wait for the Secretariat to get ready, may I just ask the sound team, the technical team, maybe just to play for us those beautiful videos while we are getting ready. Thank you. Or otherwise, you can give us some good music. In your African traditional attires, celebrating the Africa Day, which was marked a few days ago on the 25th of May. My name is Donateni Shidudu. I am the Manager of Strategic Communications and Stakeholder Engagement at the Namibia Revenue Agency. So I belong to the navy blue and orange that you have been seeing here since Monday. I would like to thank the SACU Secretariat for inviting us as communications experts to be part of this engagement, because we are one of the key enablers for making the Authorized Economic Operator Program a success. It's really a good platform for us to network and exchange notes on the promotion of this program in our respective countries. So a round of applause to the SACU Secretariat. We are now into the fourth part of the program, where we are going to have the third panel, which will give us the perspective from revenue agencies. And at this juncture, I have the honor to introduce the moderator of the panel. Our moderator for the next panel is a guru in financial regulation, compliance, crime investigation, and trade development. Mr. Bakhlakwana Shedile is the Deputy Commissioner, Compliance, Risk Management, and Intelligence in the Revenue Service of Lesotho. He served on United Nations panel of experts on Sudan during the UN Security Council Resolution 1819 as the financial expert or investigator. He was head of anti-smuggling unit, customs enforcement, and investigatory unit at the Lesotho Revenue Agency, Lesotho Revenue Authority. Yeah, of course, at home we call it an agency, but others call it the authority. So during his tenure, he served as a member of Lesotho Anti-Money Laundering Task Team and a contact point for the World Customs Organization Regional Intelligence Liaison Office, East and Southern Africa. And when you check on his LinkedIn page. He has done so many great things in life. You will see various recommendations and commendations from different people describing him as an expert and invaluable asset, not only for Lesotho, but for the SACU member states. And I want to believe for SADC and Africa as a whole when it comes to trade and customs matter. A round of applause for Mr. Shedile as he comes to the podium to lead the program.
Thank you, Program Director. The session now is for Commissioner Generals, but just before I can usher them in, I have a small prelude. The small prelude is about how engaged we are. So we have prepared a poll for the private sector specifically. Thanks to Pelisa for that. She has done a good job. So for a couple of minutes, about 6 minutes or so, I'll administer the poll on behalf of Pelisa. If commissioners, you can bear with me so that we can actually now share the poll. So this is how you're going to log in into the poll. There are two ways to log in. IT, if I can get access. It is a live poll. We are using Slido to do that. It has 3 questions, and those questions basically, they are trying to assess from the perspective of the traders, how do they feel in terms of the AEO. We have been having conversations from this morning about AEO. So the intent is actually to see if connectivity is actually happening. Are we engaged with our private sector? So yeah, let me talk you through how you can access the poll. Once it comes through, you can take out your phone, point the camera to the QR code. It will take you directly to the poll. Or on your browser, you can actually type in Slido code, then immediately get into that Slido code. You put in the number 5861324. That's the code. It will take you to this poll. So the poll has 3 questions. I will take about 40 to 45 minutes to open the poll for the audience to respond to the first question, then close it, go to the next one, do the same, close it, go to the next one. So now I'm going to open the first poll. Firstly, let's see, have we logged in? Private sector only, please. Yes, please. I know, yeah. All right, if we have logged in, you will start to see responses as they come in. So you will see the statement there, then respond accordingly to how you feel. This poll will also give us a sense of where we are as the agencies that are trying to establish this AEO, and if there are shortfalls, these are some of the messages that we'll take home with to make sure that we make necessary improvements. All right, I'll give 20 more seconds. Then I close, I move on to the next poll. By a show of hands, can I see those who have not managed to log in? Private sector. We're good, we're good. I'm sure even those ones who have joined virtually, they have managed to log in. Yeah. All right, going once, twice, I am closing the poll and moving to the next one. So that one is closed. I'm opening the second one. The second one is saying, indirect benefits of the AEO program include predictability, reduced international trade costs, and access to customs. If you strongly disagree, you see that angry face there. But if you are happy about it, you will see the nice face with hearts. That's where you click. Then in between, it's the range. I'll give 20 more minutes. No, 20 more seconds. Sorry, minutes is too much. Yeah. 20 more seconds, yeah. Going once, twice, closing the poll. And I'm opening the last one. The last one talks about direct benefits of AEO program in the Southern African Customs Union region include mutual recognition of authorized economic operators in all 5 member states. If you strongly agree, you go to the far right. Strongly disagree, you will remain on the far left. In between, it's how hot or cold you are. All right, if you allow me, maybe we can close. Then I'll get into a different mode just so that we can quickly look at the analytics of this polls. Going once, twice, closing. So for the first poll, we had 72 respondents, and clearly we can see what has the performance been like. We have about 50% green, which says those who are in the green that they are happy with that poll. And we have also more or less 50% who are neutral, meaning they were in between. We do not have people who are very dissatisfied. So can we give us a round of applause, please? This feedback that we are receiving now, it's feedback from private sector, and they are viewing us as the revenue services, revenue agencies, saying this is how we are faring as far as the AEO is concerned. I believe this is it. Oh, let's move on to. When you look at the second one, we had about 3% of people who are strongly in disagreement, meaning we can't continue to leave them behind. We have to make sure that we engage, they understand what the program is about, the issues of predictability. We make sure that we address, they understand them, they will be happy. Then we have about 5% in between and 33%, but majority, which is 59%, are also happy. On this one, direct benefits of AEO program in Southern African Customs Union region include mutual recognition of authorized economic operators in all 5 member states. Certainly, it looks like our audience today had the messages that have been delivered since morning, that after this session, there will be that signing off on the mutual agreement, mutual recognition agreement. So we have about 80% of those who are strongly agreeing. 3% still not very happy, meaning we have to do something about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let's give us a round of applause for this session. I'll close it. Then at this juncture, allow me to humbly request the Commissioner Generals for the 5 member states to come and take their seats, please.
It's quiet. Oh, it's not.
Okay, all right.
Commissioners, Commissioner Generals, thank you so much for coming and sitting here with us at this juncture. Basically, there is just one question for the 5 of you. So you can imagine how important and how hefty that question is, because if it requires to be responded to by 5 commissioner generals, it says how important that question is. And not to put you on the spot, from early this morning, we were talking about commitment. How much are we committing to make sure that we increase our uptake in as far as the operators are concerned? And really, the question revolves around the same, but it requires you to be more detailed in as far as each member state is concerned about the successes that you have had, and also the plans that you intend to have going forward with the program. You know, also when the first panel ended, we had an interesting live performance here. And at that time, what was going on in my mind was, how do we make sure that as customs, as revenue services, and other government agencies, we get to a level where even products, musical products by artists, they get to enjoy similar benefits. We are talking about music that can be sold online, but if you want people like Vusi, who was performing here, to also be a beneficiary of the same, these are some of the things that the Commissioner Generals that I think we need to think about as we respond to the question. We have 5 Commissioner Generals with us, audience. We have, not in any particular order, we have Mr. Sam Shivute, who is from Namra, and we also have Mr. Apologies for that. Okay, I've been directed that I should follow protocol, so my apologies for that. Protocol is alphabetically. So I will start with Commissioner General Botswana. Thank you, Kungo. For Botswana, we have Commissioner General Ms. Janet Mokgolo, who's our Commissioner General. Please give a round of applause. And for the kingdom, another kingdom of Eswatini, we have Mr. Brightwell Ngambule. Welcome, Commissioner General. For another kingdom, the kingdom in the sky, from Lesotho, we have Ms. Mannehe Mupedi, the Acting Commissioner General for Revenue Services, Lesotho. A round of applause, please. For Namibia Revenue Agency, we have Mr. Sam Shivute. A round of applause. And lastly, for South African Revenue Services, we have Professor Edward Kisweta. A round of applause, please. So, commissioners, you have heard where my line of question is, and to be specific about it, Thank you, Director. To be specific about it, it's the plans that you have going forward with the AEO program. And I would like to also start, as I've been directed, I have to be alphabetical. And also, perhaps we can try as we respond to that, because I know we're talking specifically to the national, the member states level, the collaboration that is required to actually heighten the very same program that we are in. Please also touch on those points. If you allow me, Mayor Jeanette, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
All right. Can you hear me? Very good afternoon to all of you. And let me just say all protocol has been observed. And thank you for changing the question. I came here prepared for a different question. And, and now he is asking me maybe part of the question. But as the heads of revenue authorities, as the heads responsible for customs administration, we should be ready to answer to all these questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, in as far as Botswana is concerned, I would say we have been slow in implementing the AEO program. We started piloting it back around the 2020s, and like it has been indicated earlier on, we have about 3 approved preferred traders so far. And we are making all the efforts to really implement it or roll it out fully. We have been having our own challenges in that. And key to our challenges has been the issue of resources. That is why in my less than 2 years with the Revenue Service, our focus has been on realigning our resources, putting the right people in the right positions, in the right numbers. So I want to believe that what has been short for us is just the numbers, for us to do all that is necessary for us to be able to facilitate trade adequately. And like the speakers earlier on have said, probably as a revenue service, our focus has been more on enforcement. It has been more on maximizing revenue collection. And we have been paying much or less attention to the trade facilitation mandate, which of course is ours. So from the discussions in this forum, we go back as Botswana prepared, and we're going to leverage on the initiatives that we have already come up with. And let me also indicate to you that as the Botswana Unified Revenue Service, we are in a transformation journey. And this journey is in line with the national priorities. The government has come up with a transformation agenda in an effort for it to actually achieve prosperity for all, as espoused in our vision, which is a Vision 2036. So as the Revenue Service, we have come up with initiatives that are aligned to those national priorities. And one of the key priorities actually is supporting export-led growth and attracting inward foreign direct investment. So I would say we had already come up with initiatives to achieve such. And AEO comes at a most opportune time to achieve this. So we are working on coming up with the structures, putting structures in place for us to be able to serve our AEOs, for us to be able to identify our AEOs. And we cannot do that alone as a revenue service. That is why we have already started collaborating with other border agencies. We have a committee of border agencies to look at the key issues that can afford us to make cross-border trade seamless, as it has been said in this forum, as is what is going to happen with our AEO. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are in the right track and we are addressing the challenges drastically. We have had a lot of our officers being trained on AEO, thanks to WCO and to other partners. So what I can confess is that we do have people who are ready to serve, who are ready to train those whom we are going to recruit to man our ports of entry, for them to serve our diplomatic passport holders accordingly. So as BURS, as Botswana, we stand ready to serve. And of course, like I have indicated, we cannot do it alone. That is why we're here today. Our collaboration regionally will help us. If probably it wasn't for SACU to come up with this forum today, we might not have got the lessons that we have learned today. We might not have prioritized AEO. Remember, it started way back. 2016, I believe, we started planning for this, for our preferred traders. And we only have 3 from 2016. And I want to promise you, I was just talking to my Commissioner Customs, and she assured me that in 5 years, we should be having not less than 100.
That commitment. I knew I would get it out. I knew I would get it out. Not less than 100 in 5 years. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you
perhaps to pick on the issue of collaboration with the other government agencies, you mentioned that there are some initiatives ongoing in that regard. What are some of the lessons that you have picked? What are some of the challenges that you are coming across? And also, regarding the same, what are your future plans in making sure that some of the stories that we've been hearing about AEO collaboration at other government agency level is done? How are you planning to go about it? Just to zoom in into that space.
Yeah, like I have indicated, we have good collaboration with our other border agencies. And like it was discussed, for those who were in yesterday, we really need one coordinator at the border. So one of the problems that we have been having is that there will be many managers at the border. So that means that that boss says, do this, the other boss says, come here, the other one says, go that side. So that takes our traders a long time to be helped at the border posts. And like we have indicated, time is money. The time that they spend at the borders, it's lost profits for them. And as we engage with our other border agencies, we look at how best we can really arrange ourselves such that we create that environment. We create that space for seamless movement of our traders, of goods, of people. So I believe that, in short, I would say we are working on that and picking from the lessons learned from here, we are going to improve on that. And I'm glad to note that we actually have business partners here today, and we also have our border agencies. Some of them are represented here today. So when we get home, we'll be singing from the same hymn book, and we'll make sure that AEO becomes a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. A round of applause, please. Dr. Bridewell, Commissioner, in Eswatini, how are you planning to go about taking the AEO program a step further?
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. We may sound like responding to an altar call because we will all be emphasizing our commitment to partnership with business. We have been known to be focusing a lot on collecting money for the government. I'm trying to avoid saying we have been infamous for extracting money by all means possible. We are committing to partnering with business. We are shifting to educating business so that they can comply voluntarily to their tax obligations. In this role, we are partnering with business. I'm looking at the table over there. I'm looking at that table and to that gentleman who's looking away. And now he's looking at me.
Yeah.
We're partnering with business in this program. He is the champion, Inati. He's the champion for the program. And we have decided that as a country, we will be pushing this initiative under our National Trade Facilitation Committee, which is constituted by business, by government, and other regulatory entities in the country. Ours is to be the foot soldiers. Theirs is to lead, because this is their program. This is our program. This program belongs to all of us. Statistics, I trust that before we leave, in the next couple of minutes, that table over there will work on the commitments and the numbers. The table is made up of businesses big and small in the country. So to grow the numbers, to grow the subscriptions, we'll be looking up to them. We'll be working with them, supporting them, educating their constituencies in understanding what this program can do for them. We had a commitment when SACU visited our country a few weeks back from the SME sector, the gentleman raising his hand. And he made a commitment at the time when I believe he had picked up less than 25% of the information around the program. Now that he has picked up almost 100%, I trust that the commitment will go up fourfold as well. We do not yet have a commitment from big business, but I trust the champion will have the numbers before we leave today. So as customs administrations also, we need to commit to working together. We need to commit to trusting one another. Early this morning, we had the tax manager from Montigny. He did say that his organization has business interest in all the countries in SACU, all 5 countries. And he did indicate his interest in subscribing for the program. The question that we should ask ourselves as administration is whether he should make 5 applications.
That is the question.
That is the question. Should Montigny make 5 applications so that they can operate so they can use their diplomatic passport in all 5 countries? He came up with the diplomatic passport concept anyways. Lastly, as I was coming here, one of the representatives of business says to me, Siji, by the way, do you think this is going to work where we come from? And I ask, okay, where is this question coming from? Of course it's going to work. And it's a she. And then she said, remember that problem at Ngwenya Oshuk, where in some days we have both lanes closed by trucks, going into the country, going out of the country, and not for a few minutes, for a few hours. So nothing goes in, nothing goes out. And this is a concern that is at the highest level in the country. A few weeks back, we were visited by the SG of the WCO. So we took him to the Prime Minister, and as you'd expect, there were the big speeches by him and the Prime Minister. And now when it was time for engagement, we were expecting some strategic questions to come out there, but the Prime Minister just asked, by the way, SG, what can you do to help us solve that problem at Ngwenya? Let me add, colleagues, let me add and actually commend our collaboration with both the BMA and SARS, because our officers at Ngwenya are able to just run across the border and collaborate with the counterparts on the other side, to try and manage the traffic. And I must say, we have not seen this problem in the last 2 months. We haven't seen this problem in the last 2 months. And my request to the commissioner of BMA, I hope he's still around, and the commissioner SARS, is if you could, even if it's just a memo with one sentence, that you write to the officers at Oshuk, your side, and just say, Eswatini Revenue Service is saying thank you. Even if the memo can have one line, thank you. We have seen, even the last weekend, Program Director, we had the mother of all big events in the country, the Bushfire Festival. All roads led to that border, and we did not observe the problem that we were observing early in the year. So that confirms to me that the collaboration is working. So I did respond when asked about the question, whether this is going to work. I said, yes, it's going to work. I have seen it work the last 8 weeks, and I trust it will continue and work into the future. So may I, Mr. Moderator, with those few words, conclude my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. But rather not conclude, pause there, and we continue with the conversation. I think that Dave Bridewell raised a very important question. Should the AEO make 5 applications? As you respond to my original question, also please zero in into that aspect as well. Okay. Your mic, please. Is it on?
On.
Okay.
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you, Sir Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. unfortunately, culturally. in
Sorry,
Lesotho-
it appears you're not audible enough. Can we get
not-
assistance, please?
Still not audible?
It's
fine
there.
now.
Good.
Okay. Well, I thought you, at least you heard when I passed my greetings. And I was just saying, culturally in Lesotho, I don't get to be asked difficult questions in the afternoon when I'm wearing a blanket. So please be careful.
I am probably in trouble here. Yeah.
Okay. Let me start off by the plans for Lesotho. And I will indicate that as Lesotho, we actually embrace the leadership call by the Commissioner General and the ES for the leadership to show commitment. In Lesotho, we started off with just 2 operators, and we are at 10, as was announced yesterday. I guess 10 is not a bad number. Sorry for bragging. When we came here, we had agreed that we believe 35 should do it, but after listening to everyone else, I also commit to come up with a much more ambitious number. You want to know the number? I'm yet to validate it, but I promise it's going to be ambitious, more than 100.
Wow.
Our plan in terms of facilitation, we already have an arrangement similar to that of South Africa, of the BMA. We have the so-called coordinated border management, where we have all the agencies under one leader, and we have piloted it at the main border post, which is Maseru Bridge. It is working, although it still has some loose ends for us to tie up. But it's another big effort that we took up to say that we really want to embrace the facilitation of trade. We are also planning on adopting more technology. We are probably maybe the only country that is not using this cargo tracking system. But our plan is that actually we have started because we have secured funding for that. We will be using the cargo tracking system to now align with the rest of the region. The issue of partnership, we are also working very close with the private sector. You heard our representatives talk this morning. And we believe that going forward, engagement with the private sector will be much more enhanced. And internally, we also are planning to scale up on our efficiencies by building capacity to staff. Because one of the setbacks that we have is that if our staff is not adequately capacitated, then the diplomatic passport will be hampered in a way, and the traders may not enjoy their benefits fully. So basically, that's how we intend to take this matter forward, and we can attest to the fact that it's very high on our agenda, because even for us, it aligns directly with our national strategy. As we know that Lesotho is mostly an importing country, but we want to change that. We want to get out of that mode and do more exports. And we can only facilitate that through this program. You had asked a question if there is need to make 5 applications. I would think no. If we have integrated systems, like we are attempting to do, the IT connectivity program or a similar one should be able to be of assistance, such that if Lesotho has approved of a trader, and it is applicable across the board. One doesn't have to make yet another application anywhere else. I think that would be what good would look like. I recall that question was asked sometime yesterday. Let me stop here briefly, Sir Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Memang Neheng. A round of applause, please. Commissioner Sam, in Namra or in Namibia, what are your plans in as far as taking the AEO into the next level?
Master Moderator, once again, thank you very much for this opportunity, but we just feel that as well, we need also to commend the SACU and the Secretariat and for achieving or for killing two birds with one stone. In the safe framework of standard of WCO, there is a requirement for customs to customs, for us to be engaging, and also customs to business. Now, under this session, in one session, we were able to achieve that. And I'm reminded about the teaching from Lin Kuan Yew, when he argued and said, when a group of people with common interest, with a common cause, are gathered together, something significant, something meaningful is likely to come out of that gathering. And I think even without concluding the session, if one listens to the voice coming from the private sector, what one will be pushed to argue that we may even be preaching to the converted. But because there are still a number of those who have not yet joined the program, the session is still very relevant. Now, at NAMRA, we have a requirement that we do not do any public presentation without sharing our vision. Our vision is very bold. We are only 2 years old, launched by our President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob on the 7th of April 2021. We are only 2 years old. We are the youngest at this table. But we also recognize the great work that was done by the Legacy Department like Custom and Excise and Inland Revenue Department. But being the youngest, our vision is still very bold, because our vision is to become a world-class revenue agency, serving with passion to positively impact the livelihood of every Namibian. That's our vision. Now, everything that we do at NAMRA should be guided by that vision, and also by our National Development Plan, then of course by Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want, and the SDG of UN 2030. Now, what is our plan? And I like the question that you are asking, because the initial question have 4 questions in one. It was compounded, and now I'm addressing one out of those 4 questions. Now, our plan, of course, you may have looked at the statistics that at this table, South Africa comes number 1, Lesotho number 2, Botswana, I think number 3, then Swatini in terms of the uptake. Now, with us, one will see we only have one accredited authorized economic operator. But those of you who may have listened to the only accredited economic operator that spoke from the Namibia's perspective, and you hear that testimony of the benefit that they are getting, and the fact that that was achieved during our year number 1, because we launched this program on the 7th of April 2022 last year, and we needed also to develop capacity. So our plan is to increase the uptake of AOE, and that is in line with the requirement from SACU and also WCO. That's one. But also, we also need to have a plan for a practical strategy to increase the uptake. One thing that I hope ought to have come out here, or the Commissioner of Customs, who is very much passionate about about Namibia as well. Sometimes it's Namibian, sometimes South African. There was something that I thought he would share, but I think Professor may also touch on it. South Africa have done very well to get the number to 160. But we also ought to have known as to what are some of the possible strategy to ensure that the number have moved to 160, because sometimes it's one thing to launch the program, it's one thing to sell the program to the stakeholder and to the business, but sometimes there could be one or two strategy that you may not be aware that will help you to increase your uptake. Because of course, again, like I say, we will increase our uptake. We will make sure that the AEO, the Authorized Economic Operator, is embedded in our strategic objective, in our strategic plan. Our commitment both to SACU and to WCO and to our sister revenue agency in the region is there, including those who are not SACU member state as well. We share borders with landlocked countries like, for example, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and they may not be part of this, but we need to be able to enter into mutual recognition agreement with them as well. And coming to the issues of the numbers, yesterday I was very inspired when I heard the number of South Africa moving to 400. In the morning, when I spoke to my colleagues, I was initially saying, within 1 year, 50, because I know it's possible. How do I know it's possible? Because the target now have been on major businesses. And I'm very happy. The developmental partner, they have also ensured that SME, they are represented here. Namibia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, they are also represented here. And we cannot afford to give this program only to established world businesses. We need to know that people who are involved in cross-border trade are mostly women, and therefore we need also to address them, just specifically women, and also the SME as well, as long as we do not compromise the criteria required. In Namibia, and we always like to follow the language of our president when he said we need to hold hands and move into the same direction, and nobody should be left out. Here I'm saying women in business must not be left out. SME, small and medium enterprise, they must not be left out, but we must not compromise on the requirements. Whilst we are there as well, as our strategy, apart from being inspired by that bold vision of wanting to become a world-class revenue agency, it's not only sufficient to ensure that we implement the AOE. It's not, WCO have developed a lot of modernization, custom modernization program, and this is what makes our work very interesting. We speak the same language because the standards are set by WCO, especially the customs modernization program. Now, there are other complementary custom modernization programs that we must make sure that they are in place. And in Namibia, within the 2 years period that we've been functional, we have ensured that we have implemented advanced ruling, so that when our traders or those who are using our borders, they are importing or exporting, they have already been given a binding ruling in advance so that they know what is happening. And also we have also implemented what we call pre-clearance as well. But in implementing this, Master Moderator, just before I conclude, we will forever be inspired by our vision of becoming a world class, so that we can then adopt not only the AOE, but any other best practice, custom best practices. We will be inspired by our national development plan, like our Harambee Prosperity Plan, for example. There are 5 pillars, but one pillar speaks to economic advancement. And if you implement a program like this, you will also indirectly and directly contribute to economic development. Then, of course, in that pillar, there is also international relation and cooperation. We are required to ensure that the African economy is integrated, and also regional integration as well. So I don't want to speak about the success, because there is no success to report about other than the good and inspiring story coming from the only accredited AOE from Namibia. We have had about 50% reduction on time spent at the borders. I talk about the great cooperation not only between border agencies, some of them are here like the Namibia Agronomic Board, but also the relationship that we have within SACU with Professor Edward, with all the other Commissioner General, Janet. We work very, very close together with Eswatini, Brightwell, Risotto. So we work very much together. All those, we must see it as a success as well. I don't want to go much further other than just to say that just like our vision, which is very bold, our plan, we take leadership, we take commitment. And I tell you, next time when we accompany the ES to the global conference of Authorized Economic Operator, the numbers are going to look very impressive. For the businesses, those who are here and those who are following online, please do know that the type of customs administration that we are providing now is not like that of the past, where people, it's about you and us. We are there to facilitate legitimate trade. We do know that in as much as we are responsible for tax administration, we also have a responsibility to ensure that the cake does grow so that we're able to cut from that cake. And the best way of doing that is through facilitating legitimate trade. And we are very committed, not only from Namibia, but I'm talking as Team SACU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Prof. Mr. Djibouti just attested to collaboration among member states. It's very good. Perhaps if we can shift gears a little bit, look at the economic impact that probably this program can provide to the region. But let's narrow that to women in business, as he has alluded to. Let's narrow that to SMMEs. In your view, how do you think this program can actually assist the very same groups that I have just talked to? Let's put it on, please.
I think firstly, to just shine the spotlight on women in business and small and medium business enterprises, I think we may need to develop a specific set of insights to understand what are the challenges of these two sub-segments so that we can customize an AEO program that is tailored to their needs. And I don't think we must develop that sense by talking to each other, but actually by engaging with the constituencies that we want to improve, whose lives we want to improve. And I would set that as a specific action step for the plans that we wrap up with, because remember we said we should not leave here until we have a clear set of actions with measurable milestones and clear what winning looks like in that regard. In terms of the impact on the economy, I mentioned this morning that just one authorized economic operator speaks of the order of 30,000 Rand that they save for every container that's not stopped. And that's the direct impact to them, not even the downstream multiplier impact on the economy. And they report an annual savings of 11 million Rand. Multiply that by 100 AEOs, and you can quickly see how the positive impact on the economy will be, the downstream impact on job creation, on point of sales activities. Because when stock sits still in a warehouse or in a customs holding area, it's not earning any, it's not adding any value. In fact, value can be detracted. So I think the impact of the economy is direct, and as some of my colleagues said, that then further has an impact on the financial and economic well-being of ordinary citizens. So let me just carve out a few important messages. The first is that if we don't move on the concept of voluntary compliance and understand that it requires partnerships, then the AEO program will fall flat on its face. Because we do not have enough resources, capacity or capability to enforce compliance. We need to build a system that is virtuous and that creates the moral persuasion in society to want to comply, but in return, a measurable value as a dividend for compliance. If there isn't a positive reinforcer, the negative reinforcer of you may be detected is not enough. Which means that partnerships between revenue authorities and business is important. A second partnership is revenue authorities with in-country other agencies of government. In our case, you heard from the BMA Commissioner working together, because there's no point in getting a green lane experience from SARS, but you're pulled aside by agriculture or by home affairs, and then you lose the benefit of that facilitation. And then thirdly, and in the context of SACU, a closer cooperation among ourselves. So if we do not get those partnerships right, AEO program in 10 years' time will still be as pedestrian as it has been for the last decade. The second point, I think, of importance is we need to move in concert to more of a leverage approach. We mentioned this morning the notion of an open border, a seamless border. To achieve that, we have to get a few things right. The first is we have to move away from a transactional approach, which means every instance, every item of cargo, every traveler that passes, we see as an isolated event, which we want to enforce or facilitate. We have to move away from that towards an entity-based compliance approach, where we give benefit to an entity or sanction an entity based on their compliance history, not on that single incident. Which means that we need more of a compliance risk-based selection criteria, as opposed, there's always a place for random, but as opposed to just almost having the knee-jerk reaction to stop people and enforce. We mentioned earlier on the benefit for an AEO accredited operator in South Africa is an alert rate of 0.02% against a 3% alert rate for non-accredited. That's a huge value proposition. But that requires that we have an understanding of the compliance risk of the entity, not of that instance. So that shift from transactional to strategic is important. And secondly, to give up on the idea that we have to enforce at the border. We have to have the intelligence to pre-clear a traveler or a good long before they get to the border. And again, that requires information, it requires artificial intelligence, data science, and all of those things. So if we do, and we call that a leverage approach. And the AEO program is in fact then a framework or a mechanism to achieve the maximum leverage of those three things. One, entity-based rather than instance-based risk. Two, clearance ahead of the instance at the border. And three, the accreditation, which is then dependent on the ongoing compliance behavior of that entity. And then the greater use of data, artificial intelligence, and augmenting human effort with insights from data. Why I'm not going to repeat the results we have in South Africa, but I want to amplify why I believe we are seeing a step change in our take-up. I think the first is, for the first time, we have appointed a dedicated executive level leader for driving the AEO program with a dedicated team. So that's the positive. The self-criticism, and why I think 400 may be an audacious but not impossible target, is our processes of accreditation is still inefficient, and Ray knows that. And we have to radically improve our process efficiency so that accreditation does not take so long. It's less painful. Let me share with you that we've already achieved that in other areas. If you dial back 15 to 20 years ago at SARS, we proudly said that if you submitted a tax return, we would assess it within 90 working days. Today, an assessment takes place in 3 seconds, which is an exponential improvement. Right? For a certain category of taxpayers, they don't even have to submit a return. We do the assessment for them. For 3 million taxpayers, they will get a message from us to say, we've done your assessment, this is the outcome. If you're happy with it, you don't have to do anything. 20 years ago, we would have said it will take us about 6 months for you to get your refund paid. Today, your refund will be paid out in 72 hours. So I don't really want to concern myself with whether or not the 400 is possible. I think if we set ourselves the goal, we must go and find out what are the constraints and the limiting factors and address it, and that will be the work we will do to get to the target that we've set for ourselves. I want to conclude, because we said we need a bias for action, for a few specific actions. First,
Professor, if you allow me to come in, not just yet, please. Don't give those actions as yet. I'm going to give you a chance to do that. Okay. I'll give each and every one of you a round to conclude. Perhaps if you are done with the submissions, we can allow our audience to maybe ask some questions.
Good.
All right. It's time for questions. For those who would like to have some questions, let's see your mics. Go red. Or if there's anyone virtually, let us know, they can come in.
Can you just raise your hand? There's one hand there.
There's one hand there. It looks like maybe the mic is not. Can you detach that one? And
it's already red. I need to stand for this.
Okay.
One. Colleagues, I'm in the business sector. What we see today, demonstrated by the commissioners, I think and believe it is creating an opportunity for us as well, as SACU business people, to unite and possibly form what may be called a SACU business community. Can I have a yes to that? Yes. Round of applause for you. Then if there is a yes, because this program requires, I'm hearing these commissioners, all of them are talking about issues of threats, safety and security, and all that. That means when they are doing their risk analysis, they might have had our business behavior as an issue. So at a SACU business community level, possibly we can have an opportunity to either develop or capacitate ourselves in terms of the required business behavior so that we can easily tap into this program without a struggle. If we do that well, I see in the near future the same program creating an opportunity for us to tap into the free Africa trade space without a problem and start engaging the West, where Kenya and them are sitting, to start opening the economy. Because I'm telling you right now, this side, we all have the pain here. It's called stress. Stress of doing business. And the biggest stress is issues of compliance. On our side, compliance is not only compliance to taxes. There are a number of compliance issues expected from us. So if we can copy from what the commissioners, well done commissioners, in terms of this collaboration, well done. And if we can adopt the same, and please, SACU Secretariat, help us. We're in business, always on a hit and run type of thing. If you can help us to get this dream a reality. Because once we also collaborate, we can start stimulating the trade within the SACU area, but primarily manage our behavior so that we don't remain a threat in terms of the AEO program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think that was not a question, but rather an observation. And I think Mr. Hasipe has taken note of what was said. Do we have any other hand? Over there at the back, the lady there.
Hard works. Firstly, I must agree with the previous speaker. This has been a long-awaited moment, and I can only extend our thanks and congratulations for being in the position today that we're going to officially sign the mutual recognition agreement. I think the question was asked importantly, must we do 5 applications? And I really hope the answer is no. But I think my real question is around, we've made big commitments in terms of numbers, and how are we going to be able to work together with yourselves to drive those numbers and being able to collaborate, make it visible? Because I always believe a success drives success. And it might be a good idea to potentially set up more regular engagements that we can measure, see how we're driving, see what is the barriers, and would that be a possibility that you would consider? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think another observation. Gentleman over there.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioners. Thank you for availing yourselves and all our business colleagues that are here across the SACU region. I just wanted to ask something in terms of, as an SME, the big challenge is, it's good and well that we say that, okay, SMEs must get involved, SMEs must play their part. But in my instance, I get the business, I get the financial instrument, I am compliant with SARS, I am engaging TPT, I'm trying to create a value chain, but then you find the banking sector as an apex industry is not playing their role. They coming with a points and a punitive approach, knowing it's good and well, most of us sitting here are coming from a low economic base. They judge us on balance sheet. My question is, if I go online and I want to order something online, I put my credentials there and I pay for it. My client puts up a financial instrument. My bank says they don't have appetite. ECIC is willing to support the transaction in terms of commercial risk up to 90%. My bank still says no. So I'm asking myself, are these gatekeepers or are these enablers? So I'm asking, can the commissioners engage business to show, because I can show you, in my instances, our country has lost billions of rands in terms of forex that we could have earned. I'm talking about the top 100 companies in China that has in excess of 50 billion profits, doing 90 million tons, in excess of 90 million tons, that was willing to put the money up front, to pay up front for it, with the 30% SBLC. But my bank still says no. I mean, we took a knock of COVID. So I'm just saying, it's good and well, and I'm asking ourselves, while you are resuscitating us and giving us hope on this side, but on the other hand, we get pulled down by stakeholders in our country that preach a message to say, let me make an example. One says, how can we help you? But I can tell you, no help has been forthcoming. I went to the highest level possible. I used the strongest terms possible. I even went so far as to make it political. I went so far as to say you're unpatriotic.
Okay.
So I'm just asking, is it possible for you as important stakeholders to engage our banks to point out the major role that they have to play to support SMMEs? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think he's talking about lack of support from other role players. Mr. Moderator, I think you have taken note of that. Any other question? Going once? I think there's a hand.
There's a hand.
Okay.
Can I go ahead? I just first of all want to express my thanks for what I've seen here. I think this is the first time I've experienced this kind of high level of collaboration between the commissioners here, and it's something really to behold as I watch and listen to them and gain from their wisdom. Secondly, I happened to be sitting with most of them during lunch hour. I didn't know who they were. And I was talking with reckless abandon to most of them until they came and said, oh my goodness, that's the commissioner, that's the commissioner, that's the commissioner. And I'd like to withdraw everything I said during lunchtime. Yeah, because I just said things really, and three of you were sitting with me. I thought you were one of us. Only to learn that I'm a pacifist, I want peace in my life, and all I know is I cannot afford to offend people like yourselves. So with that said, and the ES was with me, and he kept on egging me on. I think he was really setting me up. But please accept my sincere apologies. With that said, I know it's late in the hour. Thank you. It's been wonderful.
Oh my word.
Okay, thank you, sir. Another hand, sir?
Thank you very much to the Commissioner Generals for your submission. And let me congratulate you all for holding hands and driving the AEO agenda with the same spirit and the energy. I'm from the Namibian Agronomic Board, and thank you very much also to my commissioner for recognizing the NAB. And I think at this point in time, we also just want to pledge our commitment to support NAMRA in ensuring that we move the agenda forward. The industry that I'm representing right now, we deal with perishable goods. And therefore, it's very important that we ensure that those commodities are cleared at the speed of time. And I believe that with the AEO program, we foresee benefits with respect to efficiency and effectiveness. And I think also from us as a border control agency, we also see the benefits that this program can bring to us, in a sense that we want to deal with traders that are compliant in all aspects. And I think also for our border clearance processes, we first need to understand whether customs have cleared this consignment for us to be able to clear it. So if we are dealing with accredited organizations, or AEO rather, I think for us it will go a long way in ensuring that, again, we speed up that clearance process because we're dealing with a compliant trader. So I just want really to pledge our commitment at this point in time, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of my organization, and I think I have all the power to do so on behalf of my CEO. And I just want to dare all the border control agencies really to hold hands and support NAMRA and ensure that we move this agenda forward. I think there are so many benefits and they have been spoken about. And I think time is of essence here. And I think it talks to what goes in all our pockets. So thank you very much for allowing me to.
Thank you, Lorna. Thank you for that pledge, and of course, that's a commitment we would like to hear from all our stakeholders. I think we will
probably last one, maybe.
Yeah, just the last one will be the lady over there.
Thank you very much. My name is Ntshepeng Tshida Dikiso. I'm from Lesotho. I'm in the SME space. I offer training, business development support to small businesses in the country. And I just want to resonate with everything that has been said from the morning discussions, but I think our commissioners have actually cemented it all. I'm very much focused on women, and as it has been said, we need that kind of support, especially at the cross-border. I want to emphasize the fact that small businesses, they really want to comply. That I want to explain, but they don't know how. They don't know what it takes. And that is why we are in the space to help them to reach that mandate. So it is comforting when we realize that it is not only the business sector that is concerned about how they're doing business, but the revenue services is also very much concerned. And we want to pledge that we are also committed to that. But we humbly request capacity building support. I really want to emphasize on this because, for example, when you look at the operators that have been identified, it's because they were already there at that level and they were capacitated to go even higher. Now, how do you get those ones from the bottom? If we want to have those network effects, let's start applying them from ourselves by providing that capacity. Let it be a united effort, as it has been mentioned that it has to be all these businesses here. I appreciate what you just said. The fact that we are a business community, we need to be working together. Why hasn't this been happening? Why can't we have a portal where we have all our businesses registering so that we can network with each other and exchange ideas on how we operate in, within, and across the different countries? Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Also some great observations from her. We wish we could accommodate you all, but time is not on our side, so I'll hand over to Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Director, Commissioners. Perhaps as we round up, we may also want to touch upon the issues of capacity building, the issues that were raised earlier about even more collaboration. How could that same collaboration be extended so that business is supported fully? So, Ms. Janet, can I give you to round up? Maybe you can also, in response as you round up, talk to capacity building issues.
Okay, thank you very much.
I believe in my presentation I did indicate that as BRS, we take capacity building as priority in what we do, and currently we have officials who have been actually capacitated through WCO and other development partners. It is important to build capacity within those who are doing the business, which is the officers, and also capacitating the traders themselves. Like what we've been doing as a BRS, we've been going around talking to the community, making them aware of what we are doing. So now we have to go a step further to educate the traders on what is expected of them for them to be compliant such that they can be accredited as AEOs. And in conclusion, let me also indicate that AEO is all about inclusivity. Earlier on, you asked what we are doing with the likes of Vusi, and let me assure you that in Botswana, we take inclusivity that important at national level. We even have an Economic Inclusion Act to make sure that everybody mainstreams inclusivity in whatever they are doing. And similarly, they also have to mainstream issues of gender equity, issues of women empowerment, youth empowerment, and the issues of the girl child or the boy child. So that is how we take it back home in Botswana. And as a very compliant organization that is serving the government, we make sure that we are aligned to those priorities. And let me conclude by saying that BRS stands committed to continued collaboration with our traders, with other government partner agencies and sister revenue administrations within the region and probably internationally or globally. So I wish we will take this journey and journey together for the betterment of the economic well-being of our region, the well-being of our people. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us please give a round of applause, please. Mr. Nkambule, may your closing remarks in that.
Thank you. Starting with capacity building and our commitment to capacity building. Capacity building or a capable taxpayer or trader is at the heart of our vision for voluntary compliance. Voluntary compliance, in not so many words, means you do what you're supposed to do and you do it correctly. And you can only do that after you have been given the capacity to be able to do it correctly. So it is at the heart of our strategies. And let me just add here that following our visit to Namibia a few weeks ago, we have also established, or we are establishing our own television station in the organization.
We have a television.
And we intend to produce material on an ongoing basis through the very many experts, customs experts, tax experts that we have in the organization, and then deploy on our social media platforms so that more and more information can get out there. So thanks to the partnership with the NAMRA on that one. Then lastly, as a parting shot, what did you find? My parting shot. As a parting shot, our priorities converge at regional level, at national level, between the tax administration, other regulatory agencies, business, big and small. Now, because we want the same thing, it should then be easy for us to work together. And in engagements such as this one, like I said earlier, it is as if we respond to an altar call where we reaffirm our commitments to working together. So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and most of all, thank you to the SACU Secretariat for organizing and bringing us together. As Commissioner Generals and Commissioners, we have committed to keep the communication lines open amongst each other, so that should that be, you know these little things that tend to then interrupt and interfere with our businesses, will just be hopefully a WhatsApp message away from each other, so that we always clear the obstacles so that business can flourish. Thank you.
Thank you for the remarks. Mayor Maneheng, your closing remarks, please.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Am I audible?
Not.
I think I have small ears, so this thing keeps. Okay, is it okay now? Okay, thank you. I think my concluding remarks would be to follow on what you have just said, Commissioner, to thank the SACU Secretariat for really bringing us together. And lest I forget, I really need to appreciate, there was a pillar that we saw in one of the presentations that talked to issues of infrastructure. I really I appreciated that. As Lesotho is not called the mountain kingdom as a joke. It's actually mountainous. We have issues with space and infrastructure at the borders to facilitate this program needs to be worked on. So I'm really hopeful that we will get collaboration in that regard. And to get to the issue of capacity building, we do a lot of capacity building, but it's only dawning upon me now that when you look at the content, the focus is mainly about how to file a tax return, how to do this and that, but we are probably missing a lot. So we will work on the content for capacity building. This is why sessions like this are important. We don't know it all, and we get to be alerted of gaps out there. So we will beef up the issue of capacity building in Lesotho. I think I should stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shivute, please let us hear your closing remarks.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, before I share my closing remark, maybe first let me start off by commending the Director and Mr. Moderator for the manner in which you facilitated the event. Your calmness, your sense of, your deep sense of peace, and the way you facilitated, it put us at very good at ease.
Thank you.
Now, in closing, something that did not come out during our presentation that we may have taken for granted is perhaps to assume that the business community and everyone here understand our mandate, our key mandate, which is very three. Of course, you have revenue collection, but it's not always about the revenue collection. But the additional two key, which is relevant to all of us here, is the facilitation of a legitimate trade, and also protection of society, ensuring that through our borders, illicit goods like guns, illicit weapons, and fake medication that can kill our society does not get through. Hence, voluntary compliance, the encouragement of voluntary compliance is very key. And tax administration requires the support of everyone for us to be successful. If our tax administration, not only in our region, but in Africa, are very weak, if they are very weak, we will have failed state. And when you have failed state, you will not be in a position to enjoy peace and stability. There is also a few comments that I wanted to talk to all of us, but then I'm talking to you as an African addressing Africans. The reason why we need to improve voluntary compliance is also for us, apart from facilitating legitimate trade, and also for us to grow our economies and also improve our revenue collection. The importance of that, for those who have been to the IMF World Bank Spring meeting this year, the message that was coming out there is that because of the geo-economic fragmentation and as a result of the war between Russia and Ukraine, the tension between US and China, there is now what we call funding squeeze. The developmental finance that used to come to developing country is no more the case now. And therefore, for us to have what we call economic or financial sovereignty, we need to do what is called to increase on strengthen domestic resource mobilization, and it must be a concern for all of us as African if you want to be independent, because in Agenda 2063, there is one goal that requires that Africa, we must be in a position to fund our development by ourselves. Because if you have someone funding your budget to a certain extent, they will also control you. You cannot really claim to be independent, fully independent. And therefore, please do support the revenue administration, the tax administration. Please know that we are here for you. We are here to serve you with passion. Don't even refer to us as taxmen or tax collectors, but look at us as servant of the people, facilitating trade, wanting to work with you to hold hand, because the success of your business means the success or the growth of our economy and also the strengthening of Africa. And for us, ultimately, we will then achieve our economic independence that we have not yet fully achieved. And therefore, look at us as servant of the people. With us, I want to appreciate and commend not only SACU, not only all the business community who are here, but my colleagues, my brothers and sisters. We really have a wonderful, warm working relationship. And we wish that among our colleagues and staff, from a capacity building perspective from Namibia, we believe for us to become a world-class revenue agency, we do believe that there's no world-class institution. There are only world-class individuals who would then be able to build that world-class institution. And therefore, we will continue learning from the elders here. We will continue learning from the developmental partner, IMF, World Bank, ATAF, and so on. And please do hold hand with us as we move in the same direction. We are committed to serve you with passion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chifute. Professor, can we hear your closing remarks, please?
What do you expect me to say after this?
Well, I did cut you off, if you recall. You're also about to give a list of things to do. Yes.
Yeah. No, I do remember what I... Let me start with capacity building and dispel a myth. There's so much capacity building initiatives that are going on all the time. I get endless submissions for people to attend training, but I think it's a waste of time and effort in many instances. Firstly, it's a bum on a seat. It's a day away from the office. It's a shopping trip somewhere. So let's be real. Let's make sure that there's no shortage of international multilateral organizations. We were at the regional WCO meeting, there's no short of willingness of partners, donor agencies to give money for capacity building. We must stop squandering it and use it wisely. Very often I only become aware of a SARS employee who is a WCO accredited facilitator when I have to approve an overseas trip. And I ask, where was this person all the time? How much capacity building are they doing within SARS? They now want to go to Tanzania or to Uganda or somewhere else to do capacity building. Charity begins at home. So I think what we need to do is to focus our efforts and to invest wisely in what return we get on the investment in human capacity. And by the way, I'm a huge supporter of investing in human capacity. It's the only differentiating advantage that any organization will ever have is its people. When the student is ready, the master appears. I want to then come back to my specific actions, and I'm going to come back to my open remarks, which is I have a restlessness with the time we spend in rooms like this, with workshops, with seminars, and then we all leave with feel-good little oxytocin and serotonin in our systems, and then it goes away and life goes back to normal. I only have 11 months left as from tomorrow. So I'm impatient. What are we going to achieve in the next 11 months? So I'm suggesting, Mr. Executive Secretary, because you will hold us together in a programmatic way, that we need a commitment to have a step change in AEO accreditations this year. I hear 400 in 5 years' time, I corner. I hear maybe 100, tongue in cheek. Let's be a lot more bolder about what we think we can achieve. We will work with you. You already have a candidate list of 160 entities whom we have already accredited. Start looking at that list. Secondly, I want us to commit as commissioners, commissioners general, and under the facilitation of the ES, to develop a single SACU AEO program where we all come together, and because we have a lot of duplication of effort and resources, and I think, and I hope business partners, Jonita, Opo Praat en Alberg, that we can work together to step up this effort, because we can't do it without you. So that we can, if an entity is based in South Africa and also in one of the other countries, let's combine the accreditation work, and when the accreditation is approved, it's for the countries that have signed up to it. I want to amplify, Mr. ES, a focus on SMMEs and a focus on women and people with disabilities. That we have a specific effort to also bring in those often marginalized groups. And then I want industry to stand up and be more explicit about what their contribution to this partnership means. And there's a lot of industry associations here, and I'm going to ask Jonita, because she always harasses me, to help us coordinate the industry position so that we can really achieve. So the goal is a step-up change in AEOs. I've given the challenge of 400. I want each of you to give a challenge, and then we add it all together so that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. That's my first bias for action. Don't leave until we have a commitment to do that. The second is, why can't we set a date now for 100% uptake of the single declaration? The technology is there. We've demonstrated it. What is withholding the uptake. If it's distrust, let's talk about that. If it's skepticism or cynicism, let's talk about that. But let's commit, let's set a date and say, here are the milestones, but by the end of the year, that's what we will achieve. And our ultimate goal is 100% uptake of that IT connectivity. And then the third action is we have a lot of syndicated illicit trade in the region. I hope you've all watched the Al Jazeera documentary, Gold Mafia. And you can see the extent of the collusion between political elites and criminals. Now, why don't we pick one theme? I suggest tobacco, because there's a lot of illicit tobaccos, and particularly during COVID in South Africa, that emerged. They entrenched themselves as a alternative supplier. And once smokers become aware of it, you don't get them off it again. Because they're paying for cigarettes where the manufacturers are using products that are not regulated, as if smoking can ever be healthy, but the gunk that goes into it is uncontrolled. They're able to sell it at the ridiculous low prices because they're not paying tax. And so let's work, why don't we select a common theme of an anti-illicit campaign between the SACU countries. We announce it, we launch it, and we pick a theme, and I'm suggesting we do tobacco, but I'm open to hear from you what's keeping you awake at night. And then, Mr. Executive Secretary, if I take these three actions, a step-up change in AEOs, 100% use of single declaration, and a joint campaign among SACU countries, if I can ask you to help us facilitate over the next few weeks a clear program of action with clear set of objectives, measurable results, and quarterly milestones. Thank you.
Commissioner General, sir, thank you so much. I had actually been taking notes to try and summarize what we have been talking about. But I think you did that very well, and it is clear. I don't want to spoil the good summary that you have made. But one thing that I like, it's if it doesn't keep you awake at night, know that it's not the right one. So let's make that commitment and continue with the program and make sure that we put it to a level that will be interesting for our traders, be interesting to actually develop also our economies. Commissioners, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director, Mr. Moderator, for the excellent job in engaging our Commissioners General. Also like to thank the Commissioners General for sharing their perspective with regard to what is happening with the implementation of the AEO in their respective countries. Mr. Kabule, I'm very happy to hear that at least during your visit to Namibia, you were able to take something home. What he's talking about is our audio-visual program that we have. It's called Namra Kachenu, which is, Kachenu is it's a Silozi word, one of the local languages, which means today or now. So Namra Kachenu is an audio-visual platform where we interview our experts from various departments just to share information on the various services offered by NAMRA. So it's actually just part of our taxpayers and traders education. And of course, it's becoming popular. Sometimes you'll get the media also quoting what is being shared from of such platforms. So you can follow us on our social media pages, and then you can check how we do it. And just to also maybe to get back to the business of the day is again to thank you for listening. There is a lot to be done in terms of bringing more traders on board, and really us as communication practitioners or experts, we are ready to assist and in coming up with campaigns, and also to reach out to all the stakeholders, all the traders, and make sure that this program becomes a reality. Thank you so much. Our program says we will now take a tea break, and then we will get back again for another item. But we stand to be guided by the Secretariat. Kungo, where are you? Yeah. There is a request if we can just continue with what is remaining, and then we just finish. Okay. Should we continue? So Maggie, maybe you can come on board, and then you just come in front, and you can just guide us. Okay. Okay. Winnie? Okay. No, we are advised that we need about 10 to 15 minutes just to change the setup, and then we will continue.
Hey.
But I'm short. You should bring it down, a bit. Can I just give me a minute for me to change the battery? Okay. Give a minute. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. May we please come back to the room? We are about to start our session. Good afternoon. May we please come back to the room? Good afternoon, everyone. May we please come back to the room? We are about to start the session. Good afternoon, everyone. May we please get seated? Not yet.
So call all of them. So make. So one copy at a time. So one copy have to wait for the copy for once the first one goes. Okay.
Good afternoon. May we please come back to our seats for the next session? Good afternoon, everyone. May we please take our seats for the next session? Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting our next session. Protocol has been observed by the previous Director of Ceremonies. I will just introduce myself. My name is Mabel Bolela. I work for Botswana Unified Revenue Service as the General Manager Communications, and I will be directing proceedings for this afternoon. It's a very important session where we will be witnessing the signing of the Regional Mutual Recognition Arrangement. May we please be seated? I want to welcome the CGs to the back on stage. Behind them, we have the commissioners of the tax authorities or revenue authorities that are here present. We'll not go into the protocol because it has been observed before. Like I said before, the Director of Ceremonies for this afternoon is Mabel Bolele. I am the General Manager Communications for Botswana Unified Revenue Service. It's been a long day. We will go directly into the proceedings for this afternoon. I will now call upon or invite Matladi to give the may I invite Magitladi to distribute the memorandum of recognition of agreement to the CGs in alphabetical order. We are witnessing the signing ceremony. Madam Makolo from Botswana Unified Revenue Service will be the first one to sign. And then she will hand over to Eswatini CG to sign next in alphabetical order. May I request that the commissioners standing at the back assist the CGs as to turn over the pages? Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the signing of the Regional Mutual Recognition Arrangements by the CGs from respective SACU member states. Once again, we are witnessing the signing of the arrangements by SACU member states CGs. After we are done with the signing, I will request the commissioners to stand behind the CGs for a photo session. Afternoon once again. May you please keep your volume down so that we don't disturb the proceedings this side. Kindly take your seats. Thank you very much, CGs. We are getting towards the end of the signing ceremony in a short while. Remember, the signing ceremony marks the vote of confidence in our new approach to doing business. Thank you very much, CGs. It's now time for a photo session. May we please have the commissioners standing right behind their respective CGs for a picture session. Thank you very much, photographers. May I now invite the Executive Secretary, Reka Lipe, to come and distribute the. May I invite you to now hand over the. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now invite the Executive Secretary to close the session. Mr. Lipe, you are invited to close the session.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank you all, each and every one of you who made time to attend this event, which has actually been a 3-day event, culminating today with the signing that you just witnessed. Very much thankful for your participation, and I'm speaking here on behalf of yourselves. That is SACU, because we are all Team SACU, and what we are doing here is for the benefit of Team SACU, regardless of whether you are in the private sector or whether you are in the public sector. We now speak in one voice. I'm very much chuffed with what has transpired today, with a high level of commitment being expressed by the various players, most notably the suggestion by yourselves as business for you to start, in fact, forming yourself into, Team SACU from the business side. And I think this was sparked by what you saw actually transpire on stage in the form of the collaboration and cooperation being demonstrated by the Commissioners General. They are setting up this committee of Commissioners General as a very key governance body within the broader SACU architecture of governance. And I'm very much happy that I get a very clear vibe from them that they are determined to deliver results and not just become a talk shop. They don't want just photo ops for the sake of it. What they want is results. I also am very much chuffed by hearing the commitments being made by them. These are very powerful people in their individual capacities. Some of the most powerful people you can get in any country in terms of the power they wield, entrenched in law. And when they say we will do it, we're gonna do it, believe you me, you don't get a better commitment. So please let us give ourselves, all of us as Team SACU, a big round of applause for a job well done. I think the challenge has been set very clearly for us that we should define now a very clear path of delivery and execution with very specific deliverables and timelines, something that is music to my ears, to be honest with you, because it means next year by this time, when we meet, we should be talking about where we are on those milestones. Now, we are talking to people who are used to delivering against targets. I have been a Commissioner General. I can tell you this is one of the hardest jobs that they have to do, because most people have very fluffy targets where it's about, redefining the goalposts at the end of the year. They can't do that because it's about a specific amount of money they need to collect. It's about delivering specific deliverables. And when we get a clear indication from them that they want targets, this is very good news. And I think we should all therefore take this as a challenge as we leave this very important meeting, to say, let us go and deliver the accredited economic operator program in our region, and let us go to make sure that we build the ability of Team SACU to basically develop our region, to industrialize SACU, to make sure that our businesses, as we go into Africa, are actually highly competent and ready to conquer. Ladies and gentlemen, this from me is my way of saying thank you. Let's please consider this session adjourned. And I'm deliberately saying adjourned because more is still coming. Thank you.